The thing that jumped out to me specifically is kind of the big hurdle that they're going to have to overcome is the exchange between Trump and Walt Nauta before Evan did his search, which they claim is based on all these video surveillance and phone records. And if that's true, then that's a pretty big hurdle. But at the same time, if that's true, then it's something that they would have used before now to try and convince Walt Nauta to change his story. And so the manner in which the investigation was conducted surrounding that undermines the credibility of that.
All right, I understand your point, but I'm not sure that the body man or the personal aide or the valet is central to this case. I think some of the most damning evidence comes from Trump's former attorney, Evan Corcoran. And so on that note, I wonder, because as you know, the crime fraud exception was used, granted by a federal judge, to pierce the attorney-client privilege, which then allowed the notes and voice memos to be administered, in which, if you believe what is in the indictment, it's more evidence that Donald Trump continued to try and obstruct a federal investigation in an effort to return these presidential records. Do you believe that Trump's new attorneys will try and dismiss the testimony of Evan Corcoran?
I think that the testimony of Evan Corcoran is something that will be suppressed because I believe, Judge Howell's decision on the crime fraud exception there was wrong. And I think it is something that Judge Cannon will have to reevaluate. Unfortunately, when you're litigating these issues in the context of grand jury proceedings, because of secrecy laws, it's not the same as when you ordinarily litigate a motion. The government puts forth their case, which the defense is not allowed to see. We then have to respond to arguments that we're not allowed to read or know what they have argued. And ultimately, the judge makes that decision based on really only hearing intelligent, coherent arguments from one side because the other side is totally in the dark. Now that we've actually gone through this and seen all the notes, it's clear to me that these are proper attorney-client communications, not something that should ever have been disclosed. And if you look at those specific discussions, what he's asking there is... Even if it was in furtherance
of a crime?
What?
Tim.
But it's not.
Tim, I want to ask you on
just
that
because you charge
I understand that. I agree. Everybody believes. No. I know this is a very, very rare exception. This is almost never pierced. Attorney-client privilege is never pierced.
Correct.
But my understanding is that Judge Howell, who allowed the crime fraud exception, said that the government made a prima facie showing that Trump committed a criminal offense and that the evidence was a transcript of audio notes that Corcoran made. I mean, this is so rare. And Trump lost this before a grand jury. So, again, give me your best argument about why you think this will be suppressed.
Because Judge Howell, in my opinion, got it wrong. She didn't hear from the other side. We weren't able to fully litigate the motion. And now that you see what's in the notes, it's clear that she got it wrong because these are attorney-client privilege communications. He's asking about what are we required to do? What are we allowed to do? And one thing that's kind of lost in what's in the indictment is the context here where he's specifically saying, look, I read about when Hillary Clinton got a subpoena and David Kendall deleted 33,000 emails. Are we allowed to do the same thing because they didn't get into trouble? You want clients to ask you those kinds of questions. You want to encourage them to ask those kind of questions so that they understand what their rights are, what their responsibilities are, but you want them to discuss that in an attorney-client privileged environment. And I think that the precedent that Jack Smith is trying to set here is extraordinarily dangerous because what he's trying to set here is if you ask a question to your attorney that the answer is no, then the government is going to try and pierce attorney-client privilege and then charge you for asking a question. It's very dangerous. It's very unconstitutional. It's not something that he should be doing or that anybody in DOJ should be doing. And any attorney who has actually counseled clients who have received grand jury subpoenas will look at this with the full context and know there's nothing criminal about that. that exchange. And so therefore, it should never have been disclosed.
Tim?
There is potentially a crime fraud exception argument for Evans saying when he was going to do the search. Just that piece of it, so that could be in furtherance of when Walt Nada moved the boxes. That doesn't mean you give over all of these other pages of notes and all of these other attorney-client privilege communications. And I think that did irreparably taint the grand jury proceedings. And moreover, Judge Howell, when she rendered that decision, she didn't give us the opportunity to appeal. Ordinarily, you have a couple of days to appeal before they hand over the notes, and you go to the circuit and you try and stay it. She didn't wait. She immediately gave the notes over to the prosecutors, thereby mooting the appeal so that we wouldn't be allowed to go up. So that's something that I think that the trial judge is going to take a hard look at, and really I would expect that this would get reversed and go back and say, no, this was not properly disclosed.
Tim Parlatore, former attorney for Donald Trump. Thank you, Tim, for joining us. And just for those following along at home with their printed out copy of the indictment, like I am here, sitting outside where there's cars honking behind me and a helicopter, so if it's a bit noisy, I apologize. But for those following along, on page 21 of your indictment, right here, you can see, is the actual exchange between Trump and Trump Attorney 1, where Donald Trump says, I don't want anybody looking. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. And then Trump says, well, what if it happens we just don't respond at all or don't play ball with them? C, wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? D, well, look, isn't it better if there are no documents? And as summarized in the beginning of the indictment, the special counsel alleges that Trump suggested his attorney falsely represent to the FBI and the grand jury that Trump did not have documents called for by the subpoena. That is, according to Judge Howell, why they were able to pierce this attorney-client privilege. I want to bring in Scott Frederickson. He is a former federal prosecutor. He is also with us. And Scott, let's drill down on that very argument. I mean, in your mind, how crucial is the evidence provided by Trump's former attorney, Evan Corcoran, in this indictment?
Well, that evidence is absolutely crucial. It's part of the obstruction case. In this case, as much as it is about classified documents, it's about the obstruction of the criminal investigation, all that occurs after the subpoena. So it's not a surprise that they will attack the evidence stemming from Evan Corcoran's notes. That said, Judge Beryl Hall wrote a detailed memorandum to support her holding. There are overwhelming facts supporting why the attorney-client privilege was pierced here. And it does happen, but it only happens when there's clear evidence of an attempt to commit a crime. And it's hard to imagine anything more clear than the notes of the attorney himself. Look, the reason he made those notes is because he was scared. He just had his client ask him, hey, wouldn't it be better if we just didn't have any documents? What if we just don't play ball? What if we just say no? And then he recounts the situation where his client says, well, take a look at these documents that he's supposed to review. And he does a plucking motion according to Mr. Trump's own attorney, which he interpreted as get rid of them. Now, if that's not enough, we also have the evidence that I suspect Judge Howell had that resulted in the false certification to the government that all the documents had been supplied, when in fact they had not. You've got videotapes of the boxes being moved around to mislead Evan Corcoran himself, so he didn't know what all the documents. That's overwhelming evidence. You won't see a stronger case of the crime fraud exception than there. So I think we just heard one of the main defense arguments here. But that's not going to carry the day. There's a very strong factual basis. Judge Howell held hearings on it, wrote a detailed memorandum opinion to support the basis of it. No one takes this anything but seriously, but that's going to stand up in this case.
Got it. And Scott, I'm going to get Ricky Kleeman on this in just a minute, but I just want to ask you about what's happening behind us right here in this federal courthouse. Describe what's happening to Donald Trump right now as he has been booked and is appearing before this magistrate.
Well, right now, he's likely seated in the ceremonial courtroom. There's a big crowd in there, reporters who are all dying to get on the phone and talk. The judge, the magistrate judge, is speaking and advising him of his rights, including the right to have the indictment read to him, which he can waive, and ultimately he will ask how Mr. Trump wishes to plead. The former president likely will state in very clear tones, I plead not guilty. Then, in all likelihood, the next date for the hearing before Judge Cannon will be set. Doesn't have to be. Judge Cannon may issue an order on her own, setting up a schedule for the first hearing to set dates for pretrial hearings, for motions, briefing schedule, and potential trial date. We won't see that today. We won't see that until the first hearing by Judge Cannon.
Scott Frederickson, thank you. I want to bring in our CBS News legal analyst, Ricky Kleeman. And Ricky, as we talk about what options the Trump's attorneys have, I mean, are they limited in nature? What do you think their best effort is in terms of this, delaying a trial?
The defense always looks at delay, 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 and Donald Trump is the champion of delay. At the same time, you're going to see motion upon motion to dismiss in this case, because that's the only place that they can put their eggs in that basket.
And how will they do that?
They will have deadlines to file motions to dismiss. And I think that they will file various motions. Another motion we've just heard argued very eloquently on the part of the government's point of view by Scott and the part of the defense point of view by Tim Parlatore. Big hearing on the issue of the testimony of Evan Corcoran and the crime fraud exception to break the attorney-client privilege. Remember, Nora, we're in another jurisdiction. We have another court, and we have the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. The issue about whether or not Evan Corcoran can testify against his own client is an issue that is going to delay this trial because it must be decided before the trial begins.
And what about Judge Eileen Cannon? She is the newest judge in the Southern District Courts. She has ruled deferentially for Trump last summer, assigning an arbiter, remember, to look through the documents seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago. What impact do you think she'll have?
She can have a great impact because of the advantage to defendant to delay. This is a rocket docket jurisdiction, Nora. That means the cases are supposed to go to trial, which will never happen, within 70 days, or at least within 6 months. She has the ability, with a motion to dismiss practice, with discovery deadlines, to make this case go on and on if she chooses to do so. If she wants to go by rocket docket deadlines, this case will go very fast. A lot of power in the judge.
Ricky Kleeman, thank you. Want to bring in Robert Costa on this matter. And Robert, what about the location of this potential trial and Judge Cannon?
We're going to learn a lot, Nora, in the coming hours about how this is going to unfold, about whether the next appearance will be in Miami for this case or whether it will end up in West Palm Beach. Behind the scenes, Trump allies and lawyers are optimistic about Judge Cannon. They look at how she handled that so-called special master request to review the documents, and they believe that she might have some skepticism about how the government has gone about this case. And that's why in your interview with Timothy Parlatore, you sense a bit of confidence on the Trump side, even among his former lawyers, that because the government was aggressive in investigating these documents and trying to secure them, especially by cutting through attorney-client privilege by having that so-called crime fraud exception, that Judge Cannon could give them a hearing. But the government side of this, based on our reporting, is that the evidence is so widespread, it's piled up so high in terms of details and interviews with witnesses. I have been reporting on this investigation for months, and it's stunning to me as a reporter to see the scope of how many people were spoken to by this special counsel and heard by the grand jury, from those on the janitorial staff to minor low-level aides for the president's political operation, his personal operation, to all the staff at Mar-a-Lago.
You know, Robert, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is you've done so much reporting on this and analysis that even as many people look at this indictment and say it is voluminous in its evidence against Donald Trump, including some of the testimony provided by Evan Corcoran, there is still a discovery process that will go on as part of a trial. And the idea that this indictment is just a selection of what prosecutors have discovered, what else could be out there?
When you step back and think about what's happening today, it's easy to be almost in an isolated state of mind that this is one explosive investigation of a former president. But it's important to remember, and I have to sometimes remind myself, that the special counsel is also still investigating Trump on January 6th, and that's an aggressive investigation as well, still hearing from witnesses. So some of these people in Trump's orbit who have been interviewed on the records case are also being talked to on the January 6th case, which Jack Smith, the special counsel, is helming. So there are two tracks going simultaneously, compiling evidence even as this moves to trial. And there's that looming possible indictment in Georgia. So what they're trying to do, whether it's in Fulton County, Georgia, or with the special counsel in Washington, is see if there will be any cracks with some of these witnesses. Someone like Walt Nauta, he's now been indicted and processed in federal court. Does he start to reveal more as the pressure mounts? We've seen this in Trump investigation after Trump investigation. The government has one real weapon, and that's time, patience, to see if people will break and start to talk.
But Walt Nauta, Nauta, the president's valet, I mean, you're talking about him breaking with the president, but last night he was breaking bread with Donald Trump over dinner. What's the likelihood that that loyalty could be severed?
Nora, when I sat down in recent weeks with Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer, he regaled me with stories of the past when you're in Donald Trump's inner circle, you're sitting on a plane that's called Trump Force One, and some of the accoutrements in the plane, even the bathroom, some of the facilities in gold. And it's a lifestyle for some of these aides around Trump that's enthralling. They like being close to power, close to the flame. But ultimately, even for someone like Michael Cohen, the legal pressure becomes too much, and he has become one of Trump's fiercest critics. That's not to say that Mr. Nauta is going to become a Michael Cohen-type figure. But the government has a way of talking to people through these investigations and really laying out on the line if you look at the back of this indictment, what does it have? Prison sentences. And we're not talking about a few months, we're talking about a few decades.
Robert Costa, thank you. Talking about Walt Nauta, who served 20 years in the U.S. Navy, worked in the mess at the White House, because the Navy runs the mess at the White House, and then became very close with Donald Trump, and then retired from the Navy and has stayed with the president at Mar-a-Lago. John Dickerson.
May I add just a point back to Eileen Cannon, the judge who will have this matter before her. Possibly favorable to the former president, but we should also remember that previously when she ruled, she was overturned by the appeals court. And when they overturned her decision, they mentioned, the appeals court did, what you mentioned earlier, is the concept of no one is above the law. And the appeals court said in her previous ruling that if her previous ruling were to stay, it would create a special exception which would defy our nation's foundational principle that our law applies to all without regard to numbers, wealth, or rank. So while the judge has tremendous amount of authority there is also an appeals court above that has already looked at this question of whether a president should have special favor and ruled against the judge. So that is a part of important context here.
Thank you for that. And CBS News has just learned that Trump has entered the courtroom with his lawyers. This is about 50 minutes after being booked. Also in the front row is the special counsel, Jack Smith, and this arraignment hearing has begun. Again, this is the federal courthouse here in Miami, right behind us. That noise that you hear are mostly supporters of Donald Trump who have gathered at some points shouting, "We want Trump." Most of them have on their red, white, and blue outfits and their Trump regalia, here hoping to catch a glimpse of Donald Trump, but we may never see him because he pulled into the garage below this large office building behind us. We should point out that we understand that Donald Trump is in a ceremonial courtroom on the 13th floor, which is about directly across from the law offices where we are. Extraordinary to think Donald Trump now facing these federal charges against him, which are very serious, and even as he does not have a full legal team in order to defend him and for what is expected to be a speedy trial, unless they're able to file these motions to delay things.
Which we know they will do, and then it really that does come down then to the judge.
Mm-hmm. But to build on some of the things that you talked about here, that indictment, you know, we've all read indictments in the past, but there's something sort of unique about that one in that it reads like a novel. There are a lot of specifics in there, and I've talked to sources in law enforcement who anticipated some of the questions about the indictment that President Trump, former President Trump, and his supporters might raise. And so everything laid out in that indictment is there for a reason, including those pictures, which I don't know if we show those enough, because remember, those documents were being stored in bathrooms and ballrooms and storage rooms.
And what's important about that is not just
Hello,
that it's
everybody.
kind of amusing,
Hello.
but that it was an attempt to get ahead of the law.
How we doing,
Remember,
folks?
Mar-a-Lago is not his home. He has a residence on what is a resort. It is a club. It's an expensive club to join. I believe it's now a couple $100,000 to join Mar-a-Lago. But this private club
Hi, folks.
hosted 150 events from January 2001 to August, 2021.
I hear he has entered the courtroom.
January 2020-21, which is when Trump left office, to August 2022.
Hello, purple gold anime
150
hero.
events.
Hello, non-binary
We're talking about
superpowers.
weddings, fundraisers, you name
Hello,
it. We're talking
Minkuro.
about more than 10,000
Hello,
people.
anarcho-capitalist bitch.
There's
Hello, fish
Mar-a-Lago
missile.
right
Hello,
there.
Metal Kitty
So
Mom.
they were first in the
Hello,
white
my
and
ass is
gold
dragon.
ballroom.
Hello, Polly has
So
a
then they
cracker.
had to move that.
Hello,
Sometimes they were in the white
Kyryu.
room. Then
Hello,
they moved the
Solazar.
Trump
Hello,
banners to the
Manna King.
final.
Hello,
Then they
Vacant
needed
Zero.
to
Hello,
fix it.
Irked.
So then
Hello,
Trump
Very
ordered
Night
the
Duck.
storage
Hello,
area
One
to
Hand
be
Wonder.
cleared out.
Hello,
That
Neuron.
storage area is right by a door that's right by the pool. where everybody
Sorry.
hangs out.
I
And
know
right
I'm
by where
running
they
a little
keep
bit
all the
late.
liquor.
Right.
So it's an area where there's lots of staff that work on that property. It's a resort. It's
Had to take a shower.
it's
Sorry.
club.
Couldn't
You
be
know, there's
avoided.
A lot of people hanging around there, walking in and out. Why should documents, as this alleges, that where there are many top secret
Also,
documents
Chad, is that a
that are
white
from
name I see?
7 different
My
of our top
goodness.
intelligence agencies, the CIA,
Guy's been
the
slacking.
DOD, the National Security Agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the National
I did say hi to
Reconnaissance
Mint's over
Office,
in Twitch
the
chat.
Department of Energy in charge of our nuclear secrets, the Department of State, Bureau of Intelligence and Research. These documents are in a storage room near where the liquor is kept.
Right.
It is pretty.
The bathroom, I know, is amusing for people.
How is
And
Samus?
that's
She's
why.
doing
But
okay.
The storage room, you know, underneath the
She's a bit she's hiding right now. I may or may not have had a little bit of a meltdown over the fact that I couldn't get on my necklace, and it was I just clipped my fingernails, and now at least 2 of my fingers are bleeding, but I'm good now. Everything's fine.
being asked to be given the responsibility to handle these kinds of secrets again. And the central question of that is, will you be a steward of the nation's most important secrets and national security
okay, though.
for the betterment of the nation, or will you use them for your private?
Oh, very knifey duck. Thank you very much for
Merry
gifting Polly Has His
Arrestmas,
Cracker a sub. Merry Arrestmas indeed. Hey, Rad Little Razzie. Hi, on. I did, however, get her a bunch of, like, gourmet canned foods. And she's, quite happy about the food. I'm late. Damn push notifications. Don't worry, VCC TV. What have I missed? He's apparently gone into the courtroom.
Security aide Sandy Berger comes to mind, who brought a document out in his sock and
but not that many documents.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying, for lesser charges. Yeah. Let's bring in Robert Costa on this matter, because, Robert, I know you have been to Mar-a-Lago as well, and the idea about these documents being moved around the property numerous times, which are the texts that are detailed in this indictment between Walt Nada and another unnamed Mar-a-Lago
I'm still going to be here.
employee.
I'm just going to eat some food because I haven't eaten yet.
Robert Costa.
So far, it looks like everything's pretty calm. Surprisingly.
Forgive me, it's a bit noisy here with a lot of the protests, so I'm going to come back to Robert in just a second. But want to go to Catherine Herridge on this matter because
I gotta say, I was expecting maybe the second indictment to turn out more violent-minded Trump supporters. But I still don't think, I still think they are in denial. I still think they don't really understand how big of a deal this is because they live in their, like, propaganda bubble. They think this is a big nothing burger. They think there's nothing really going on. Or if they do think something's going on, they think it's like, you know, the president is being taken out by the deep state, you know?
That information. I'm going to toss it back to you, Nora, right now.
Catherine Herridge, thank you. I want to go now to Scott McFarland, who has just come out from inside the courthouse. He has new information. Scott?
Moments ago, through his attorney Todd Blanche, former President Trump pleaded not guilty to these 37 federal charges.
Oh, man,
and
he's
Todd
done.
Blanche, in fact, said the former president is, quote, most certainly pleading not guilty. The former president sat in navy blue suit, red tie, hunched over at the table, his hands folded at first, then his arms folded, expressionless, not saying a word. It was his defense attorney who stood and said he's not guilty to these charges. The proceedings are ongoing. They're going to talk about release conditions. They're going to talk about future scheduling, the dates of the next hearings. But before the hearing began, the former president was booked. He was processed. Digital fingerprints taken. No booking photo. The marshals deemed it unnecessary. They think there's enough photos of Donald Trump out there to use for the purposes of his prosecution. There's a ongoing proceeding, Nora, that'll take about 4 or 5 more minutes, and ultimately the former president's expected to leave soon after.
Describe the atmosphere, Scott. What was it like?
A packed courtroom in a rather large courtroom on the 13th floor of this federal courthouse in Miami. The former president had all of his attorneys in a row at the table. It's Todd Blanche out of New York. It's a man named Chris Kise, an attorney out of Florida, or who is now certified to represent him here in the Southern District of Florida. His co-defendant, Walt Nada, sat at the same table with his attorney. They're all together at the same table. We noted the judge, Jonathan Goodman, who is handling this case just
It's kind of wild that they aren't allowing, like, cameras into the courtroom for, like, these historic proceedings.
As former President Trump. Defendant, not as Mr. Trump, not as Trump, but as former President Trump. It's a beautiful courtroom. Chestnut wood walls about the size of a small school cafeteria, royal blue carpet. The former president had a stack of papers in front of him at the defense table, but no pen, wasn't writing, wasn't talking, just sat expressionless, kind of hunched over, hands on the table, then arms folded. His attorney, Todd Blanche, was occasionally whispering things in his ear. But this was a moment the former president knew was happening outside the view of cameras. The federal courthouse is a ban on cameras. He is largely operating and acting invisibly in this courtroom. The Judge Jonathan Goodman gavelled this into session right on time, right about 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. It should be over in short order.
So, Scott, Donald Trump has been inside this federal courthouse for more than an hour now. What's been happening? What do you expect has to be done before he leaves?
Oh, also, we are going to take a look at, like, probably right side broadcasting after this to see how the conservatives are covering it.
Either out of convenience due to the significant security in and outside the courthouse, or potentially for everybody's safety. Oftentimes in this district of Florida, they'll book you in a different building and bring you from the courthouse over to there. They did it right in an empty office space inside the courthouse. He arrived, according to the marshals, about an hour in advance of getting into the courtroom. They took those fingerprints. They took his social security number, his birth date, all the things you get from a criminal defendant for the booking process. As I mentioned earlier, no booking photo in this case, but Donald Trump has an official case number. It's 23-CR80101. Quite a thing for a former president to have a federal criminal case number. He has been assigned a pretrial services officer. This is all uncharted waters, all history in the making here at the federal courthouse in Miami. We expect to hear before the proceeding ends, likely in the coming minutes, what release conditions have been ordered for the former president. What restrictions will he be under now that he's a federal criminal defendant? And likely we'll get a sense of the calendar, at least the next steps in the calendar. Is the next hearing going to be scheduled in a matter of weeks? In a matter of months? And will this case, which was earmarked for West Palm Beach, Florida, the courthouse nearest Mar-a-Lago, actually remain here in Miami? This is a huge, cavernous courthouse that has, I think some people would argue, the security footprint necessary for court hearings and potentially a trial of a former president. It will most certainly be an attraction.
And did we hear from the special counsel, Jack Smith, at all?
We spotted Jack Smith in the front row in one of the wooden benches. The courtroom had 2 pairs of 5-row deep benches for spectators, and it was filled to the brim today. Jack Smith sitting directly behind the special counsel attorney who is presenting this case. That special counsel staffer is named David Harbach. There's another special counsel prosecutor there, an investigator named Jay Bratt. And we go left to right at the defense table. If you're the judge facing the courtroom, at the far left is a man named Stanley Woodward. He's the defense attorney representing Trump's co-defendant, Walt Nauta. Nauta is next to Woodward. Next to Nauta at the defense table was Todd Blanche, the New York City-based defense attorney for Donald Trump, who's also representing him in that Manhattan prosecution. Then there's Donald Trump, navy suit, red tie, papers in front of him, hands folded, saying nothing. On the far right of that table is the other attorney, Chris Kise. At the prosecution, or the special counsel table, you had David Harbach, the special counsel staffer who spoke today, and Jay Bratt. The rows behind the special counsel table included the special counsel himself, Jack Smith, and a number of media members. Behind the defense table, a whole series of media members, and several members of the public who won a lottery to get a seat in the courthouse and in the courtroom for this unique, historic day.
There was a lottery? What?
Jeff Pegues is here as well, and I know has some questions for you, Scott.
Scott, we know how much Scott loves courtrooms. He was in the courtroom for the Manhattan case as well. And so I was wondering if you could contrast and compare in terms of the former president's demeanor. How did he look today? What was his demeanor, especially if you compare it to the video that we saw at the arraignment in New York City in early April?
Identical, Jeff. Same mannerism, same body language, same expression on his face. And we had an advantage of perspective today. We were in the overflow room where there was a video feed giving us a head-on picture of Donald Trump. Those in the courtroom only saw the back of his head. We could see his face. We could see his expression. The overflow room is actually the jury meeting room here with 300 seats and a few tiny televisions, so small, the kind of televisions you get in a low-cost hotel room. We watched this on TV and through a feed, and we could see, even through the grainy picture, Donald Trump sitting, no expression, nothing to say, idle at the table with his hands folded.
So,
And cut.
Scott, we know South Florida has a reputation of being one of those areas where court cases move quickly through the system.
Okay,
what do you
Chad.
expect?
Is that guy okay? He looks like he's been crying. Like it looked like he had like shiny tears on his cheeks. Is that the case?
Much during his news conference last week that he is going to seek a
Yeah, that's
speedy
my
trial.
question, Metal Kitty Mom.
You're right. This is one of those districts in America, the Southern District of Florida.
Oh,
which is
stroke
known
survivor.
as a rocket
Well, now
docket,
I
a
feel like
place
an
where
asshole.
cases move expediently compared to other federal courts in America.
It
But
just
so
looked like
much of
he had
this is going to
tears
be
on
up
his
to the
cheeks.
parties. Does the defense choose to slow this down? Does the defense choose to file motions to potentially delay things or make this case move more sluggishly? That's going to be in the hands of the parties, but this case is still earmarked for Judge Eileen Cannon. We learned that today in the arraignment. Judge Cannon, based in Fort Pierce, Florida, a ways to the north.
Yeah, I mean, like, Iliander, like, good point. Like, he has Secret Service. Like, he's not going to be able to, like, flee anywhere. Like, the Secret Service is kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Like, they keep him safe, but also, like, he can't really escape them.
Just come from inside the courthouse with that detailed account of not only the mahogany and blue curtains, but also
hopefully he's recovering
the
well.
former
True.
president and his legal team sitting next to his valet, Walt Nada, and what's happening inside, as well as the special counsel in this historic arraignment as the former president of the United States has been booked and is now facing 37 federal counts. Scott McFarland, thank you so much. I want to bring in South Carolina Republican Representative Nancy Mace. She worked on Trump's 2016 presidential campaign and in 2021 voted against impeaching Trump in relation to the Capitol assault, but she did not condemn his actions. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I want to ask you, did you read through the whole 49-page indictment?
I absolutely did. I try to educate myself on what's actually happening, but I have to be honest with you. And I'm someone, I've had my ups and downs with Donald Trump over the years. That's been very public, but I just can't get beyond the fact that the precedent for how we handle classified information was first set when the DOJ and the FBI decided not to indict Hillary Clinton, who had a private server, who had classified information on that server, who obstructed justice, wasn't even president, wasn't even a former president, but was going to be a presidential candidate. And that was the precedent that was set.
I've heard you make this argument, Congresswoman.
I know, but then I see this today,
Thank you,
and it
Congresswoman.
really is
I've
shocking
heard-
to me.
Yes.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Get the fuck out.
Because if you read the indictment, you notice that it mentioned the willful retention of documents. And so the distinction that has been made in the case of Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump is the willful retention of documents, as is laid out, and a question of obstruction. That the president repeatedly was told about his actions, and he repeatedly obstructed justice. You see any distinction there?
Well, I will say today, when I watch what's happening in this country, the FBI had access to all those boxes in every single room, and the precedent was set under Clinton that she would not be indicted. I think it's worthwhile to have a conversation about how we handle classified information post-presidency. I think that is a worthwhile debate because we want to protect our nation's secrets, okay? I want to get that off the bat. But the precedent was set under Clinton. She had a private server. I can't think of anything more willful than hiding a server in your bathroom in your home. I can't think of anything more willful than using hammers on your own telephone, cell phone devices, and your iPads to obstruct justice and then to be let off. And so if that's the standard, then it should apply to everyone, including Donald Trump.
But clearly you don't think that should be the standard. That's the argument that you're trying to make. So you believe that Hillary Clinton should be held to a different You think Hillary Clinton should be held to a higher standard, and so then you must also agree, therefore, that Donald Trump should be held to that same high standard.
But that's not the standard, because under Hillary Clinton, she was let go. She was not indicted. She had classified documents on her server. They tried to obstruct it, and she was able to walk away. So if that's the standard, then you had Mike Pence, who had classified documents in his home. Then you had Joe Biden, who had classified documents spread across the country in different boxes, including unsecured in his garage. If Trump's going to be indicted, so too then should be Joe Biden. I also can't get beyond the fact.
Okay, why the fuck are you giving this lady airtime? Why? Why? The big difference here is that Joe Biden complied with authorities when they asked for him to turn over documents. He complied with authorities when they asked to search his home, when they asked to search his business, like his other places of work. He complied with them. That's the reason there's a difference here. Donald Trump did not comply when asked for the documents, and then he deliberately obfuscated the number of documents he had. He deliberately hid documents that he had. He tried to destroy documents that were in his possession. He tried to convince his lawyers to lie on his behalf to conceal the documents that he had in his possession. And that's the difference. It's not the same case.
Than our own president today, by anybody else, and even Hillary Clinton, who was able to walk away
send love to Morning
by
Dove.
obstructing justice, and the Justice Department and the FBI said she did nothing wrong. So if that's the standard, then why is Donald Trump treated differently? At the end of the day, I think that's why, or where, the average American is going to see this headed. It's not the same standard to indict him but not indict anybody else. Now, I think we should protect our national secrets.
I also understand, is it true that
classified information that are unsecured, but Joe Biden had classified information in his garage, unsecured, sitting next to his Corvette, and God knows where else in this country. So
why the fuck are you letting her talk?
Where is that information now?
Kick her off the air.
And Congressman, what happened to that information when it was revealed?
Hopefully it's been collected by
immediately collected?
Right, but he had over
once they found out about it, they returned it.
Of information, including classified documents. So that's the standard. And I think Donald Trump's being treated unfairly here.
So I was asking you about your. I hear you. I was asking you about your district, though. Don't you want to talk about your district? I was asking you about your district.
Yes, and I answered
I understand.
your question,
So does your district include Joint Base Charleston?
All the bases, if you'd let me speak, I said about half of all the bases in South Carolina are in the low country of South Carolina. That I represent on the House Armed Services Committee. I've said it like 3 times now.
And how important is it to preserve nuclear?
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
How important? I am having a little trouble hearing you. Sorry, Congressman. It is quite loud here, so my apologies. How important is it in terms of safeguarding America's nuclear secrets?
It is very important. It is of the utmost importance to protect our nation's secrets, period.
Is it now? Then why are you seemingly trying to say it's not that important that Donald Trump stole state nuclear secrets?
In a storage room.
Literally on a stage.
Would that concern
displayed.
You?
It would absolutely concern me. But again, the FBI had access to those documents, they had access to those boxes, and they had access to all those rooms as well.
Congresswoman, the FBI did not have access to those documents. There was a subpoena for those documents, and then the attorneys for Donald Trump said that they had given all of the documents over, when then that was not true, and then they had to have a raid.
I remember last summer.
Thank you so much,
it was reported in open source at the FBI.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. You're full of shit. Good day.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Man, I really wish CBS, I really wish journalists in general could just tell liars on their program to fuck off. You know? That'd be nice. British media at least does that sometimes, you know?
I think there was some back and forth. There was some misunderstanding. She was misrepresenting what, in fact, the FBI had access to at Mar-a-Lago.
There's no way she made it sound that, like, the FBI had unfettered access to those documents. Well, they didn't, and that's why there were negotiations and ultimately the subpoena.
Yeah, it was a misrepresentation, to be clear, of what the issue was. The president, the National Archives repeatedly asked, demanded that those presidential records, government records, be turned back over. When they were not, then they said, we're going to refer this to the Department of Justice and the FBI. The referral was then made. A subpoena was then issued. Some documents were handed over. The Trump attorneys signed an affidavit that said they had turned them all over, which was inaccurate and not true, which is why then there was an additional seizure of additional classified documents.
Also, if you're looking for a similar standard to be applied, there's a special counsel looking into the facts of the case with Joe Biden. He hasn't skated. It's happening. The difference in the two cases, the differences we know, because we don't have the findings of the special counsel looking into the current president, but that we know the difference is that Joe Biden acted voluntarily, whereas the former president did not act voluntarily. We also know that the number of cases is far smaller than in the case with Donald Trump. And we also, nobody who talks about standards with respect to law enforcement, let's imagine for a moment that you thought Hillary Clinton was guilty. There's nobody who says that a miscarriage of justice in one case, if that's what you hold, gets somebody off in another. In other words, our mothers told us that two wrongs don't make a right. So you should enforce the standard in any given instance. And in this instance, the energy to assert a standard is missing from the conversation of the presidents, those who would defend the president. Also, there's a political standard, whether the president maintained the kind of character that you would want of a person who's asking to be given power again in the presidency.
What is at stake in terms of the FBI's credibility with this case and the continued assaults on the FBI's credibility?
If you come to South Florida, which I've done numerous times because I like visiting South Florida, you talk to people down here, and some of them will say the FBI has gotten beyond its charter. The FBI is out of control. And why do they say that? Because they see what is happening to former President Trump, and they don't like it. However, if you talk to law enforcement, the FBI was simply doing its job, upholding the Constitution, enforcing laws. And in this case, you know, these subpoenas, the negotiations with the Trump team, that didn't happen in a matter of weeks or days. All of this was drawn out over probably a year and a half, maybe longer. Because I've talked to sources within the FBI as well as within the Department of Justice who insist that they did not want to be here this day where a former president was indicted in a case like this. They tried to appeal to the former president to turn over everything that he had, and it just wasn't happening. And that's why we are where we are today.
And just to clarify, Donald Trump has pleaded not guilty to.
I think the reason that they can't say like they lied is because that is something that can be that can legally hold them like liable, right? Like if they say they make that positive claim they lied, as opposed to like information was misrepresented or whatnot, like that, yeah. It's something that they can be sued for, so they're trying to legally cover their own asses, you know?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. First, to the congresswoman's points. First, Jim Comey made a specific finding: no willful retention or misrepresentation by Hillary Clinton. It probably cost her the presidency, but there was no obstruction or anything alike. The irony here is that by all reports, when Chris Kise, who's standing next to President Trump in the courtroom, first was brought in full disclosure, he was a partner of mine in my firm before he left to represent President Trump. By all reports, he counseled President Trump to cooperate with the DOJ to try and get these documents back. And the fact is, it's the same standard. If he had done that, we would not be here today. Instead, it's the criminal obstruction, it's the lying, it's the false statements, it's the hiding, it's the lying to his counsel. That's why we're here today.
Scott Frederickson, thank you. And on that note then, how limited are Trump's attorneys in terms of addressing this case? What would be their best defense?
Well, the best defense here is now that you're indicted, you've got to go 1,000% with all the motions to try and knock out as much evidence as possible. Jack Smith has anticipated that. The beauty of this talking indictment is it anticipates these arguments that somehow he had them by mistake, or he didn't understand, or he could declassify. The indictment rebuts that on its face. They're going to challenge use of classified documents by the government. The government has to be careful about putting, classified documents out there, and there's a complicated procedure, the CIPA, which will govern that. So they'll go at that. So these motions, and then the first thing they'll do is they're going to make huge, burdensome demands of discovery. They're going to want everything the whole U.S. government has anything to do with that. That's going to develop into a huge fight, and it'll take a lot of time to work through. But right now, the best defense counsel right now are going to do all that. They also have legal arguments they're going to fashion having to do with his former status as the president, obviously the use of his attorney client, his attorney's statement. So it's going to be a panoply of motions, a discovery, huge demands for that. It's going to be a big fight starting with the first hearing.
They're trying to indoctrinate Trump.
Thank you. Want to talk about where the public is at this point, because there is new CBS News.
Priscilla, this isn't CNN. This is CBS News, as you can see from the CBS News banner and logo appearing multiple times here.
Want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett. And Major, the politics of this, even as the former president will face a trial jury.
Right. Good afternoon, Nora. It's great to be with you. And let me set the scene. I'm not where you are in Miami. I'm where this story in a few hours is coming. Trump's golf course in Bedminster, New Jersey. And let me just set the scene for the audience. The golf course is operating full tilt. Golf carts are moving and zipping around. People are playing golf, utterly indifferent, immune to the large media contingent that is right here in front of the Trump National Golf Club. What you see behind me, you see a podium and some chairs arrayed in front of that podium. Later tonight, about 8:15 Eastern, we are told former President Trump will give a speech to a gathered group of invited guests and club members, which will also double as a fundraiser. And I'll get to the politics and our graphics of our poll numbers in just a second. But that fundraiser, I'm told by those close to the campaign, they have a target amount of about $2 million raised tonight. That's not outrageously large, but the Trump campaign believes it would be consistent with sending a signal that he is undaunted amid these criminal charges. He is unbowed, unswayed, and will make a political argument about his future, that as a candidate, he should not be in this position, that as the front runner for the Republican Party for the 2024 nomination.
Yeah, like their entire position is going to be harumph, harumph, I say. What a imposition on a presidential potential candidate. Why, he might be president again someday. And yeah, so right now he's a private citizen. I'm sorry. If I register to run for president, am I just immune from prosecution? Like every time a new president is elected, I can just register to run as president, and then I just get legal immunity. Is that the loophole? Is that the 10th dimensional chess loophole here that no one has ever considered? Yeah, no kidding. I can speed on the highway. I'm gonna be president someday. How dare you bring charges against the 125th most likely to become the Democratic nominee, sir? How dare you?
Only 7%, Nora, said it made them feel worse about the former president. It is a snapshot right now, a reflexive one within the Republican Party to rally around the former president. Is that durable? Will that last the whole summer? We don't know yet, but that's where things are now. That's what the atmosphere here is at Bedminster, and that's what we're expected to hear later tonight when the former president addresses a small crowd and the chairs arrayed just behind me.
Major Garrett, with that new information and those new poll numbers. Thank you. It is just after 3:30 p.m. in the East, and for those of you just joining us, we are here in Miami witnessing history unfold in this federal courthouse behind me. Former President Donald Trump is now officially a criminal defendant after being arraigned on charges linked to his mishandling of classified documents. Trump, through his attorney, pleaded not guilty to the 37 federal counts against him. It is the first time in American history that a president of the United States, former or current, has faced federal charges. CBS's Scott McFarlane was inside the courtroom, and he joins us now with new details. Scott?
One of the first acts I will take as president of the United States of America is to pass an executive order mandating daily contributions to riverboat.gg in order to secure a glorious future for the United States of America. If you do not donate to riverboat.gg, if you do not gift subs to riverboat.gg, you will be found to be transphobic of the highest order.
Limiting Trump's communication with witnesses in the case. Now, Trump's attorneys
I will give all subs of the riverboat.gg site a pony to do with what they will.
Detail at his resorts and golf clubs. And so the resolution that was created was the Justice Department will create a list at its discretion, submit it to Trump's attorneys, and they will agree that those witnesses on that list will not communicate with the former president about the facts of the case. They will still be able to communicate as they would in normal daily life, but they won't be able to talk about the case. The other condition is that he cannot talk to Walt Nauta, his co-defendant, about the facts of the case either, because they're co-defendants.
A lot going on there. Walt Nauta was traveling with the former president this weekend in campaign stops. So there's a list that will be created and likely litigated of people with whom the former president cannot speak about this case, potentially including his employees and his close allies. The release conditions you mentioned, no limitations on his international travel or his domestic travel as he runs for the White House and the nomination in 2024. But he is free to move about without any bond, without any other restrictions.
There will be a personal surety bond, and that's just basically an unspecified dollar amount that will just be assured to make sure that any conditions of release that were just listed are agreed to.
A personal surety bond, you don't have to put money up front.
Precisely.
It's just there to ensure his compliance, to guarantee it. So there's still more to come. The helicopters are still overhead, Nora, which means the president is still inside in courtroom 13-3 here of the Ferguson Federal Court building. And one reason he's still here, his co-defendant is next up. They now must formally arraign Walt Nauta, who's sitting at the same defense table. At this moment, they appear to be halfway through.
Scott McFarlane, thank you. It's a moment to take a look at exactly where we are, John, now that the president has been arraigned, still inside this courthouse for more than...
Yo, look at him. He looks so fucking sad. I don't even know if this is from today, but he looks so fucking upset.
We haven't heard yet from Georgia. Talking about New York, here, this federal charges, and potentially in Georgia.
Berman Supreme will never die.
Jack Smith is still doing work on the January 6th insurrection, and then there's from Georgia. But what happens now is his fortunes bounce through the legal system with claims and counterclaims and judges ruling. All the noise that has been pelting us here today is out of that process, and now it's whether his arguments can win the day in court. In terms of the legal battle he has before him, I think it's quite interesting that he's not allowed to talk to his co-defendant because, as we were talking earlier, you know, that's the way prosecutors work to try and create space, is if you can get the individual defendants on their own.
And so forgive me, I couldn't hear, but so are they saying that he is no longer allowed to talk to his valet?
They want to limit the witnesses that he can talk to. From what I gathered from that reporting, is that the prosecution is going to come up with a list, they will submit that to the court, and these are people that
I'm going to guess that they want to limit the amount of interaction that Donald Trump and Walter Nauta have because they want to put the squeeze on Nauta. They want to put the squeeze on Nauta specifically to get him to flip on Donald Trump, since Nauta was personally involved in the entire interaction between the two. What does contribute to Cult's Totem mean and do? That's for when I play a video game called Cult of the Lamb.
With us, maybe you could go over just
where
how much
we
time,
as a community
how much time Nauta
make a cult.
faces if he were found guilty, because when you're staring at a sentence, it sometimes sharpens the mind and the motivation. Scott?
Yeah,
how much
Nora,
time are we talking about?
Lay out the scene. I'm sorry, Nora, could you repeat that question for me?
Yes, thank you. On the question of how much time could Donald Trump's valet, Walt Nauta, face if convicted?
I thought she said Friedrichsen. I'm going to throw it on next time I go on, because we've reached that point.
Okay, got it. It's a difficult and fluid situation here outside the federal courthouse. I think that here in hot Miami, it's fried some of the audio wires. So let's bring it. In addition to my hair, it has fried some of the audio wires. So let's bring in Catherine Harris. And Catherine, you may know some of the time that not only Donald Trump is facing, but also his valet, Walt Nauta.
Yeah, thanks, Nora. I'm going back to the indictment. First, Walt Nauta. If he is convicted under counts 32, 33, and 34, so conspiracy to obstruct justice, withholding a document or a record, that has a maximum term of 20 years in prison and the maximum fine of $250,000.
Donald Trump is literally like, okay, chat, really important thing here. Guess what? So I did a little digging. Apparently, cases prosecuted under the Espionage Act all tend to very often wind up with close to, if not the maximum penalty, because the state wants to discourage people from, stealing state secrets. Additionally, very often, crimes prosecuted under the Espionage Act sentence those found guilty, to serving consecutive terms in prison. So what that winds up meaning is that it is more likely in this federal indictment case, with these charges, that Donald Trump would wind up serving any of the charges he is convicted on, could be convicted on, consecutively. Meaning that he is actually looking at potentially hundreds of years in prison. Obviously he's not going to live that long, but he's basically looking at life in prison, at least, along with some hefty fines.
There could be much more. It's also, and I want to get this because you cover the intelligence community, there could be a specific intelligence that was not included in this document because it was made public, and so they didn't want to compromise any of the intelligence or sources or methods, correct?
Yeah, Nora, I'm glad you want to drill down into that. As we've been reporting here at CBS News, there are 31 counts that relate to the willful retention of national defense information, which simply means for the layperson that you have highly classified information. At one point, you had a right to have it, and then you refused to return it to its rightful owner, the U.S. government. Under those counts, there are involved 20 21 top secret documents, some of them at the highest levels of the U.S. intelligence community, including what's called special access programs. These are programs that are so secret because of the technology or the sources or the methods that in some cases the U.S. government doesn't even acknowledge their existence. There's other intelligence here called TK or Talent Keyhole. This is intelligence from space, from our spy satellites, that can help us understand the smallest movements of an adversary. In all of these cases, what we're talking about with a compromise is what they describe in the intelligence community, the expectation of exceptionally grave damage to national security. So that's the big picture on this case, Nora.
All right, Catherine Herridge, thank you. Let's bring in Scott Friedrichsen, a former federal prosecutor. Scott, can I get you to weigh in?
Okay. While we wait for something to happen here with this, I just had some really important information to share with you guys. Here, let me pull it up. Hi. Boop, boop, boop. Really, really important, okay? Okay. Rat dance. But for real though, like, this is what conservatives are talking about right now.
Show is brought to you by Blackout Coffee. It is powered by Blackout Coffee. Family owned, 100% committed to conservative values, from sourcing the beans to the roasting process. Customer support, go to blackoutcoffee.com/Charlie. That is blackoutcoffee.com/Charlie. Super happy to partner with them. 100% endorsement. Check it out for all your coffee needs. We are now having to, I'm guilty of this. I'm going through my kitchen, I'm going through my refrigerator, and I'm starting to ask the question, well, is this ketchup bottle woke? Is this mustard? I mean, literally, we're at the place now.
Oh. Twitch, why? Or Twitter, why? Why though?
Where we have to go through is the company that makes this. And so.
Okay.
Blackoutcoffee.com/Charlie. I'm sure many of you are coffee drinkers because you're high energy. The show is brought to you by Blackout Coffee.
You know, just normal stuff instead of, you know, covering the president's arraignment, actually wasting breath on how woke his ketchup is. The conservatism is a like just actual brainworms. Additionally, here's Ben Shapiro on the arraignment today.
Everybody under the sun is now attacking and attempting to prosecute and put in jail Donald Trump. And so Trump, predictably enough, is like, okay, fine, you want to do it, I'll do it too. And this will be the game from here on out. When the Justice Department gets reduced to pure politics, you got a problem. Now, I hear people screaming, all right, well, but you just said that Trump may have committed criminal activity here. The allegations against him are very strong. That's true.
That's true. The allegations against him are very strong. Sure, yeah. He may have stolen nuclear secrets. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, look, I think that's very, very likely. But
only way that you actually restore the credibility of the justice system is to have Republicans prosecute Republicans and Democrats prosecute Democrats. Because the minute
this man, didn't Ben Shapiro go to fucking law school? He went to Harvard Law, chat. Like, this man graduated Harvard Law, and he's like, well, you know, the only way we can salvage our criminal justice system these days is by doing political purity tests to only have Republicans prosecute Republicans and Democrats prosecute Democrats. Okay, bud. Okay.
That this now crosses the aisle, we become so politically polarized and partisan that if the basic line here is that Republicans are just supposed to accept that Republicans who are guilty of crimes get indicted and Democrats who are guilty of crimes get slots on CNN and MSNBC.
Democrats guilty of crimes also get prosecuted, Ben. What Democrats are being given this slack? Are you trying to tell me that Donald Trump, one of the pettiest individuals of all time, wouldn't have brought charges against every single Democrat he possibly could have? Okay, bud.
That is not a workable solution for anyone. In order to reestablish credibility, when credibility has been lost, when an institution has lost its credibility, everybody has to do something painful. Everybody has to do something. Everybody has to make a sacrifice. The sacrifice in this particular case would be Joe Biden looking at this and saying, listen, I think that he probably committed the crime, but guess what? I'm not going to prosecute him because we believe that Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted. Or at the very least, you could, this would have been an easy call, by the way. The GOP.
Well, yeah. See, we didn't prosecute Hillary Clinton, so, we got one, you get one, that's only fair, Jesus Christ, these people with her emails. Let's see, just out of curiosity. Oh, interesting. After a years-long FBI investigation, it was determined that Clinton's server did not contain any information or emails that were clearly marked classified. Federal agencies did, however, retrospectively, meaning after the fact, determined that 100 emails contained information that should have been deemed classified at the time they were sent, including 65 emails deemed secret and 22 deemed top secret. But they weren't at the time that she sent them. Jesus. These... fucking hell, man. This is not equivalent.
DOJ could have said, at the same time they were doing this, politically speaking, Merrick Garland could have said, we're also bringing charges against Hunter. Right? That would have shielded. Right? Because Hunter is clearly guilty of a bevy of crimes up to and including violation of gun law. So that could have happened. They didn't do that either. Again, the double standard is what's going to destroy the credibility of the institution. The only way to restore the credibility of...
What double standard? These things are not equivalent. We're, like, showing you an apple, Ben, and you're, like, pointing at, like, a fucking red house and being like, that is also an apple.
The institution is even-handed application of justice against your own side, not when it looks politically valuable to go after your chief political opposition. And that's why this thing is going to remain incredibly polarized.
Just, dude. The amount of copium these people are huffing is insane to me. Yeah. Look, Donald Trump is very likely guilty of all these crimes, but what if we just restructured the entire criminal justice system so that he wasn't, though? What if we just like wished a new law system into being?
Todd Blanche entered it on the former president's behalf.
He didn't speak at all.
He didn't speak at all, and sat there, as I say, rather sullen, with a frown on his face, arms folded, hunched over a bit. He looked directly at the judge throughout, and it was only that one moment at the end when the judge suggested that his work here is done because the case will be handed off to District Court Judge Eileen Cannon. Trump smiled when it was clear that the magistrate judge's involvement was complete.
It sounds as if there's been no determination of where the next hearing will be either. This case is earmarked for West Palm Beach, Florida. This obviously happens in Miami. It's quite possible the next set of hearings happen in Miami, where they certainly have the size in the courthouse and the security footprint to handle everything that is here today. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of Trump supporters on the plaza. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of members of the media.
Exactly, Ozfreak. She didn't have physical documents. She didn't have, like, currently classified information. And she didn't lie to the FBI, and she didn't actively move to conceal all those things.
You know, there was a little bit difference of a vibe. The judge referred to him as former President Trump repeatedly in his Manhattan indictment. The judge was calling him Mr. Trump. There was these kind of little differences. And then he was ordered to sign a personal surety bond that said he wouldn't commit another crime, and that he's being told not to communicate with any potential witnesses that will be listed by the prosecution about the case itself, about the facts of the case.
One thing that was mentioned earlier, I want to reaffirm, because I had left the courtroom by this point. He can travel domestically, internationally, as he runs for the White House.
Yeah, and the judge asked the special counsel about that. Do you have any issues with him traveling? And they said, no, we don't want to impose any restrictions on him for that. And they actually didn't really ask for any restrictions. It was the judge's idea to impose this one extra restriction, which is that even though so many of the potential witnesses are employees of former President Trump or involved in his everyday life, that he may not discuss with them any of the facts of the case. And they're going to get this limited list of people who from here on out, he can see, he can talk to, but just not about the case.
All right, Nora, a 45-minute proceeding that's wrapped up, but not completed. Well, Trinata has to come back for arraignment, or have his arraignment soon.
By the way, chat, breaking news. Apparently, New York City just passed, like, by an executive order by Eric Adams. So credit where credit's due. Eric Adams doing some solid work for the trans community here. Executive Order 32 protects access to gender-affirming healthcare in New York City. And no resources from New York City. Again, just that city, one of the largest economies in the country. New York City will use no resources to cooperate with out-of-state subpoenas or extraditions for those providing or obtaining gender-affirming care. Yeah, Mayor Eric Adams. Yes. Former cop, but, you know, again, credit where credit's due.
To straddle the anger that so many Republican base voters have with the process, as we heard from Congresswoman Nancy Mace a little earlier, but also now the seriousness of the substance inside this indictment. One of his potential opponents, Vivek Ramaswamy, is there in Miami and was saying he would pardon the former president were he to somehow be elected president. Others, though, have been pretty much off the grid this week, raising money and otherwise not saying much at all. At the White House, we should note, his potential general election opponent, President Biden, has said nothing. They continue to refuse comment on whether the president's read the indictment, what he thinks of it, instead keeping to an official schedule today that included meeting with the Secretary General of NATO and the President of Uruguay. Nora?
And you can hear the loud cheers of the crowd as Donald Trump's motorcade is just turning the corner very close to where we are as he exits this federal courthouse. He's been here for about 2 hours after pleading not guilty, sitting side by side by his valet, Walt Nauta, who also faces charges in this indictment. A supportive crowd gathered here in Miami.
Oh.
Unusual, actually, that a group of people could get so close to the motorcade. That's not something we usually see with either
that looked like some shit was about to go down.
I think that's why federal officials were concerned about some of the security. You didn't have enough barricades up, and so you're right, Nora, to see people running alongside those.
Yeah, the security situation around the courthouse was described as a soft lockdown, which
publicly expected to head back to the to Bedminster, New Jersey, where he has another golf club there. He stayed at his golf club in Doral last night. Then he'll go back to Bedminster, where, as Major Garrett was telling us, he will meet with supporters and have a fundraiser tonight. I want to go around and get everyone's final thoughts on this. Robert Costa, you are down there in the thick of it, but this has been a monumental day. Robert?
It really has, Nora. Nora, when you look at today, we've talked a lot about politics. We've talked a lot about the law. But I'm also thinking about American democracy. 50 years ago this summer, the Watergate hearings with President Richard Nixon transfixed this country. It was about whether the rule of law would persevere, whether the nation could remain calm. It was a turbulent time then. As you just saw from the scenes outside this courthouse in Miami, there's turbulence again in the United States in the middle of a presidential campaign. But at the core of it is a question: will the American democratic system, the rule of law, persist in a civil way, in a way where it's peaceful, whether it's the transfer of power in 1974 or whether it's the indictment?
Why isn't he still in custody? Likely because they don't believe he's a flight risk and because he's wealthy and the former president. Let's be real. Let's be real. That's why he's not still in custody.
The justice system is at the center of trying to hold Donald Trump accountable. At the same time, differing views about whether protecting America's secrets, America's military, and America's intelligence operations is worth it.
Well, the views are actually the same. It's just when you choose to express them. The people who are defending the current president previously stated very firm views about what your obligations were to handle material like this. The chants you just heard could easily have included "lock her up," which used to be the signature chant of the Trump campaign rallies, which was supposed to be the criminal charges resulting from mishandling of documents, which were less grave than what's alleged in this indictment. So the standards just aren't being applied. But the reckoning that Bob talks about has two channels. One is the legal. There are rules and norms for that. The other is political. And the rules of that are all very much up in the air. And whether that reckoning and turmoil is increased or decreased is in the hands of those in public life who have a duty to turn the temperature down instead of turning it up.
Democracy is an imperfect system, and it is messy at times, but that is the system that we have chosen here in America. Yes.
We can make it less messy, though. We don't have to make it messier.
That's right. But included in that is a free press and free speech. So thank you, Jeff Pegues, John Dickerson, Robert Costa, to all of our correspondents and guests and everyone involved in today's special coverage. And just a reminder of today's historic event, something that has never taken place in American history until now. Former President Donald Trump, now a criminal defendant in the federal court system.
Well, keep in mind, Dilliander, I don't think he can book a flight to Russia, specifically because the Secret Service isn't going to let him flee the country, right? Like, he is under armed watch at all times. You know?
Our coverage will continue on CBS News.
Maybe they revoked his passport or something.
And then tonight on the CBS Evening News.
Looks like it's all Jover. It's all Jover, chat. How we doing? I don't have a lot of faith in his SS, guys. I mean, yeah, probably not. Also, hey, chat. Ozfreak, thank you for the 500 biddies. I really appreciate that. Chat. Guess what? Guess what, chat? We have a deal for you. Guess what? We're sponsored today, baby. We are sponsored for the next couple of weeks by Babbel. Have you been wanting to learn a new language? Have you been itching to brush up on your Russian or learn a little bit of German or, you know, learn some, I don't know, some Gaelic for the funsies? Well, guess what? You can. You can do that now. You can do it using Babbel, okay? And Babbel has given me a code. Guess what? Valid only for U.S. members, sorry. But, hey, you can get 60% off of a monthly or yearly Babbel subscription by using the link I am posting in chat right now. Head on over there, use that link, and let me just pull up some of the additional information here. Jack, hello. Yes, I remember. Remember, chat. I asked a bunch of you if you would be interested in like a language learning type sponsorship, and I had the opportunity to grab hold of one. And guess what? We're gonna be doing that. So if any of you have been looking to learn a new language and want to do it for, again, 60% off, like actually 60% off, you can do that today. I'm only getting paid anytime one of you puts down a new subscription, so keep that in mind. But yeah, we're gonna get started with this, okay? Let me just do this. Boop. Boop. We're gonna do web page. I haven't actually set this up yet. Boop. Boop. There we go. And you know what? We're gonna copy, paste it over here. Paste as a linked source. There we go. Will Babbel let me learn how to speak Bork Bork? Of course it will, probably. Additionally, yes, again, I'm gonna use this code just so I can kind of, there we go. I didn't actually get the code until just now. But yeah, you can learn Danish, Indonesian, Norwegian, Polish, Dutch, Turkish, Russian, Swedish, Portuguese, Italian, German, French, Spanish. You can learn so many different things. Want to brush up on your Spanish? Do it. Do it. And Swedish is an option, yes. I can think of someone in Miami who might need Russian or Saudi Arabian in a pinch. I think Saudi Arabian is just called Arabic. I think that's the case. Great googly moogly. Blue looks very nice on you. This is one of my favorite dresses, chat. Hello, Funkytron. But yes, Donald Trump officially arraigned on 37 charges, most of them under the Espionage Act, some of them under obstruction of justice, and it is historic. We've never seen anything remotely like this. I love some shimmering midnight blue. Thank you. I didn't have time to do my makeup today. Is he still going to be eligible to run for office? Yes. Why is America's legal political system so bad? Why doesn't a federal crime offense constitute a banned disqualification from political office, where people can still run with a criminal record, specifically someone who tried to undermine democracy and overturn an election? Just seems treasonous, but it just boggles my mind. I mean, yeah, frankly, the United States government has executed people for lesser crimes. You know, like we executed Julius and Ethel Rosenbaum for you know, disseminating one nuclear state secrets, and Donald Trump did that plus a whole lot of other top secret information. Oh, very knifey, Doug. This is the color of the first thing you ever wore in public. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, basically, Funkytron, to like give you an actual answer to your question, the answer is a lot of the expectations and rules around the presidency and like the Supreme Court, for example, are basically like gentlemen's agreements. They're basically not actually laws. They're just things that the president has historically been expected to do, or how one is supposed to behave, right? But in reality, there is no actual law. It's kind of an Airbud situation. You know, there's no law against it, I guess, which allows them to get away with some of the most heinous shit imaginable, you know? Also true, Cleaver Chef. Oh. How we doing, chat? Today's been an exciting day. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I'm like, full disclosure, like, one of the reasons I wanted to watch this live was just in case something absolutely batshit happened, you know? Not inconceivable that that would be the case. Here, let's see. I need to edit this thing. And then we need this. There we go. There we go. Adding that one. Sorry, I just need to finish setting up some of the moving pieces for the Babel situation. There we go. There we go. The color, oh, yeah. Favorite part is we already have Republican candidates promising a pardon when there has not even been a trial or shred of evidence released yet, as if being guilty or innocent are irrelevant. Well, DJ Shannon K, yes. To conservatives, the guilt or innocence of Donald Trump is irrelevant because they are living in a post-factual society. They actually don't care whether or not it is accurate. They don't care if Donald Trump put national security interests at risk. They don't care if Donald Trump disseminated nuclear state secrets. They don't care. All they care is dunking on the libs. That's the #1 priority of conservatives right now. It's owning the libs. Do we have a sad Trump pick out of today's appearance? I don't know if we do, to be honest. I haven't seen any. Well, that and big number go up. True. I mean, the priority for a lot of Republicans is to make the big number go up behind the scenes, but in the front-facing way, own the libs. You know, those are the priorities, really. I'm so broke. So I'm broke, so I'm eating up some ads. Oh, well, thank you for eating up the ads, VCC TV. And folks, we've been streaming for an hour and a half. If you've been enjoying the show, please come on over to riverboat.gg and consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is entirely how I'm able to make this channel work. Without your support, I literally die and have to stop making content, in that order. Also, consider We're just gonna throw this up on screen too. Throw up on screen. Sponsor. Babbel. Take up to 60% off. And we'll just do that. Nope. That was incorrect. We need this link. There we go. Bold it. Gonna give it an outline. Oh, that did not work. And outline. And maybe we'll do that. This. That. I'm not sure if I like this on the screen. No, we're gonna take the URL off the screen. There we go. And we will do... Ooh, I know what we'll do. Sorry, I know that this is absolutely super exciting for all of you to watch me dick around with visuals. We're going to copy this. And we're going to paste as a new source. And we are going to move it down. There you go. Thrilling behind the scenes action. Also, chat. I do need subs and such. New agreement? What is new agreement, Irked? Oh, the new Twitch agreement? Yeah. It's like an episode of How It's Made. I really, by the way, there's a new show on Netflix called Is It Cake? And I really want to play that. I really want to, like, watch it with you guys because it seems like a really fun show to watch with you guys. Edible cookie dough is in the freezer. Yo, Metal Kitty Mom! Hell yeah! How you doing? And what is actually... I need to look at one more thing. The chat bot. Chat commands. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, yeah, it's just Babbel in chat. I'm gonna go copy this. We'll open the chat bot over on riverboat.gg as well. So we can add a command, custom commands, add command. Nope. Add command. There we go. New command, Babbel. There you go. Boom, we did it. Do I have separate cameras feeding Twitch and GG site? I do not. They're both the same camera. Is It Cake is a great show. It's so much fun. Is it cake? Who can say? But yes, Okay. Stream with branded overlay. Is the branded overlay working? Doesn't seem like it is. Okay, all right. Well, we'll copy this. And go. Copy to clipboard. Add. Here we go. Boop, boop, boop. Fascinating content. There we go. I guess. I don't know. I don't actually know why. Weird. It's not showing any of the goal stuff. Why is it not showing the Metal Kitty Mom?
Hi, Jack. Bye, Jack.
Thank you for the $25 dono. You lovely, lovely human being. Thank you so goddamn much. Oh, Irk, you didn't need to add it because we got the Stream Elements bot on it already. Over on Twitch. The hell? Is it? Maybe copy this one? Maybe it's this one. Just a second. No, these are both functionally the same. So weird. Okay. Why is this? Just gonna send a support ticket. God damn it. There we go. Whew. How we doing, folks? Here, you know what? We're gonna do this. There we go. Bing chillin'? Hell yeah. Alright. How... Yeah, I added and upon testing, so it was there for stream elements. No problem. Have to get back to work in a few days. Really don't want to. Yo, I know that feeling. That's how I'm doing? Yeah. Well, guess what, guys? Again, sponsored by Babbel. If you would like to learn a new language, please do consider, if you are in the US, using !Babbel in chat in order to get a code for 60% off any subscription, or rather up to 60% off various subscriptions. So please do consider doing that, especially if you've been itching to learn a language. It really helps out the channel, and hey, you get to learn a language for 60% off. Hey, it's good deal. All right. Last minute work stuff made me miss the rest of Trumpy. There wasn't a whole lot more to the Trump coverage, unfortunately. It was mostly just, well, it was mostly just people having on some dubious figures, let's say, and who are trying to spread lies and misinformation. Did the overlay? Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, same thing. All right, cool. And we are going to copy this. We're going to put it over here. And we'll just put it right there. How about that? There we go. And we will add the text from the other page. Copy. Paste. New source. There we go. There we go. There we go. No, it's not quite right. There we go. Okay, I think I have it all set up. Goodness. Do we have plans for anything else today? Well, I do, actually. I did prep a lot of show yesterday, and there was a lot of other things coming out today that I figured we could talk about, huh? So, Jack, that's more than 3% of the screen. I don't give a fuck. It's stupid rules, and I don't know. I'm also streaming on YouTube. That's also against the rules. I'm cranky today. I don't know why I'm so cranky. I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh yeah. Here, I was going to talk about this for a little bit. Exit out of those. Just open this. There we go. It happens. Is the new Twitch thing even in effect yet? I think it goes into effect in July. But I don't know. I'm pretty disillusioned with the whole Twitch system. And we need to build an audience over on YouTube. That's really the main thing we need to do, because holy shit, we can't do it on Twitch. The deal with Twitch just keeps getting worse. Every 6 months, they come out with some new bullshit to try and squeeze more money out of us. It's ridiculous. Anyway. So is it saying you can only stream on Twitch? Yes. They moved language into their TOS that says if you are streaming on Twitch, you cannot stream to any competitor site at the same time. Which is bullshit. And I'm not complying with that. I also need to review their updated agreement for the monetized streamer agreement. And the monetized streamer agreement is basically what's replacing partners and affiliates. There's no distinction between partners and affiliates anymore outside of just like a check mark on your account. Yeah, it sucks ass. They are getting rid of any mention of how much compensation or what share of compensation they pay you from the monetized streamer agreement, and instead just moving that informally to the dashboard so they can fuck you over at any time they want. Sucks. And I'm certainly not going to try and stick around and court that system. The only thing that sucks is that I gave so many years of my life building up a presence on Twitch, and now I'm having to play catch up on YouTube, which is also fucking me over because most of the people only know me on Twitch. So, you know, I'm fucked whatever thing I do. So it's really down to you kind folks supporting me. That's the only thing that really keeps my my program going until we spin up the YouTube revenue. But that could take a while because building an audience on YouTube is hard as shit. Outreach Arc will probably help. Well, that's the goal. Hopefully you guys appreciate content. My content in particular. Feeling real self-conscious about it lately. Alright, anyway. Hey, look at this. Yamanashi has announced declaration to break through the population decline crisis. According to the prefectural government, this is the first time in Japan that a prefecture has issued its emergency declaration regarding population decline. Along with some snappy graphics here of they want a baby, and oh no, now the kids have to support all of their grandparents. Oh no, they can't do it. Look at their arms are so shaky and such. The issue is, of course, that they're the Japanese government just keeps trying to propagandize to the youth in Japan to have more kids, because Japan's population is in decline quite severely, actually. But the issue is that the reason the population is on the decline in Japan is because of the economic forces and cultural forces that really incentivize young people to work until they can't work anymore. You know, like it is a workload that is literally killing the entire country in order to serve the forces of capitalism. You know, it's capitalist exploitation in Japan that is keeping Japan from having more kids. You know, they're not enforcing paid time off. They aren't enforcing like curtailed work hours. They're not doing the things that would actually lead to people feeling like they can have more kids. And so it's leading to population decline. And I got to be honest with you, I'm wondering if like Japan is kind of entering a kind of death spiral where like its inability to point the finger at capitalist exploitation is going to like actually kill off the economic productivity and like economy of the country, you know? Interested to see exactly how that plays out. Especially as these different prefectures begin to issue emergency declarations regarding population decline. Didn't you have an outrage arc a couple of months ago with people calling you racist or something? I didn't have an outrage arc. Other people were mad at me. But, yeah. Really sucks. I just started streaming, have found a good community. I don't want to have to move. Yeah. Yeah, Avalon of Babylon, like, the changes to sponsorships were unacceptable, and apparently they're reworking those, but, like, still. Seems like it could be part of a worrying trend toward forced birth policies. I don't think they're going to do forced birth policies. I think at least at the current juncture, that's a step too far, you know? I misinterpreted the outrage arc. The outrage arc was just me saying something along the lines of, like, I thought it was okay to use hashtag say her name for Brianna Jay. And a lot of people vehemently disagreed with me on that one. And the other one was just, oh yeah, I didn't like the Soul Bunny video where she used a racial slur for Shark 300. So those are the outrage arcs, I guess. Yeah, people were also mad at me because, like, someone who was fueling some discourse had said some things against interracial couples and like biracial people, and I took the crazy stance of being, you know, in favor of biracial people being able to exist. That was my other major sin. Yeah. That's what people got pissed over. Yeah. People also were telling me I was using the N-word by saying woke scold. So I don't know. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Why would you disincentivize the people who make you money? What is Twitch doing? Yeah. What is Twitch doing? I don't know, man. Like, Twitch is literally just like shooting itself in the foot like every few quarters. It's ridiculous. But hey, chat, chill out. I got some important news for you. That rat looks so happy. He's getting like a little full body massage. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their racial background is, Mint Kuro. I'm not gonna comment on that one. Biggie Cheese enters the chat. Yeah. One of the most toxic people of all the most toxic people of all decided woke scold. And oh yeah, Tanky was also coded as N-word, yeah. Not gonna lie though, that rat got moves. I do love the little peepo on the pug dog. It's very nice. Oh, guys. Let's see. Oh yeah, oh no, I closed the rat dance tab. I wanna have that open all the time. There we go. Here's the other thing. Man, dude. Kidology. I know that I just talked about her yesterday, but like I just have to say, one of the most dog shit like apolitical content creators out there. She like likes to say that she's apolitical, right? Here's apparently Kidology and Soul Bunny are having a disagreement. I don't know the details of it, but just like imagine saying this. Trans people have rights because of a human rights law zeitgeist that took hold in the West from around 1789, which has gradually expanded into recognizing different diverse peoples from across the globe as autonomous individuals with rights. I'm pushing my own rhetoric. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, trans people have rights because people started believing in human rights. What do you want about? Trans people have rights because trans people like rioted for like 60 years. And like trans people only like in the last 10 years have been able to exist publicly as trans without being like fucking executed outside of San Francisco. Like shit, like one of the Bond girls was trans in like the 70s or 80s, and when that got out, her entire life was ruined. You could save yourself the psychic damage and not talk about her. I mean, yeah. Man. Was it Octopussy? I believe so. It was Tula, actually. Tula. Yeah, Tula, Caroline Cossey. Oh, no. She was in For Your Eyes Only. Yeah. Here. Yep. Bond girls of For Your Eyes Only. There's Tula, Caroline Cossey. And yeah, her life was ruined after it was found out that she was trans. And this was in the 80s. This was shortly after the movie in 1981. No Justice MTG, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? Why can't we all get along? The big, juicy AOC booty crowd, along with the libs and the Trumpers. Well, I mean, I think part of it might be that the fact that you are referring to a congresswoman as a big, juicy booty. That might be the case. Sensibilium, hello, welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? Also, just realizing I don't follow No Justice MTG. We're fixing that right now. How you doing, folks? Hope you had a good stream. We're chilling. And yeah, Caroline Cossey was like a huge like model. Like she posed in Playboy. Like she was like a very beautiful trans lady in the 80s. Actually, knew a lady who knew her, actually. Didn't she refer to it as that? I don't know. What? I think maybe there is also a difference between someone referring to their own booty as big and juicy and some, and like political followers referring to a big juicy booty of the person that they are supporting. I think there's basically, I think there's a pretty easy difference there between those two things. That creep who was stalking her started it? Well, yeah, the guy who thinks that 9/11 was like a mirage, like it was like an alien mirage event. Yeah. What's his name? Like Alex something? Whatever. Deeply, deeply unserious person. He what now? Oh yeah. 1 second. Where is it? Here. What is... It would really help if I could remember that dipshit's name. I know that Vosh also debated him at one point. What's his name? Alex Stein, thank you. Here you go. Found the thread.
AOC, my favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. You're my favorite.
Here he is sexually harassing AOC.
She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina. I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress. Woo, I love it, AOC. Hot, hot, hot like a tamale. See, my favorite big...
He can't resist being racist while also doing sexual harassment. Also, yes, he used to go by the handle Conspiracy Castle. Let's see. Yeah.
Do you think that?
Oh, I don't believe Muhammad Atta was on the plane. Those guys weren't even able.
Actual passengers in the planes?
Only
Friends,
23.
Yeah, the
only
videos of-
23.
Okay, there's less than 40. There's less than 40 videos of the planes going in. I believe every single one of them was edited. Yes.
Wait, why is the video not working?
I don't believe Muhammad Atta was on the plane. Those guys weren't even able.
Actual passengers in the planes?
Only
Friends,
23.
Yeah, the
only
videos of-
23.
Okay, there's less than 40. There's less than 40 videos of the planes going in. I believe every single one of them was edited. Yes, for a fact.
What was it that hit the towers?
It was planted explosives through the Israeli
No,
arsenal.
no. But what are the things that look like planes?
Bombs. Oh no, that's just a hologram. There's a lot of holograms, not holograms.
You just said it.
You
just said holograms.
The people thought they saw holograms. They did not see anything. There's nobody on the ground that saw the planes hit the tower. I watched a video from NYU students. It didn't.
Dude literally thinks that 9/11 was holograms, dude. Like, he thinks all of the footage of airplanes hitting the towers was faked. Dude.
Filmer.
Also, why the oh god. Oh, the video, holy shit.
Videos are video composites.
See, these occultic people. See, 9/11 was
what the fuck is going on?
See, these occultic people. See, 9/11 was an occultic ritual. They took down those two towers to build one tower. It's that deep. When this building was designed in 1968 by the Rockefellers, they knew that it was going to come down 33 years later. That's how planned this was. It was trauma-based mind control, and that is too big of a stretch for you to go. But because you were such a victim of the trauma-based mind control, it's implanted in your mind that it had to be real because you saw it on television. Yeah, I can show you a movie of Transformers fighting in San Francisco, and you're going to say that's fake. So you're going to say, oh, the CGI is impossible. Yet there's only one video footage of the first tower. So listen, you might have to suspend some disbelief for the CGI thing, but every single other thing I said with Larry Silverstein benefiting twice from the insurance policy and then financing the new building, but yet to keep the $4.7 billion check, that's a fact. Let me tell you something. People benefited from this, and the main person that benefited was Israel. That's all you need to know. See, these occultic people, see, not.
Dude, he's fucking crazy.
Asking the correct location, the left wing appears to pass over the puffball. Today, real-time motion tracking exists.
What the hell? Why?
But still is not nearly reliable enough to track an incoming missile. Since there is such indisputable evidence.
Why is this video so fucked up? I just want to watch the actual video.
Famous recorder or whatever you want to call it, filmer.
What?
Videos are video composites. We know this because of
Jesus Christ. Twitter is such trash. Can't believe people like this actually exist. I can't believe that not only do people like this actually exist, but they literally just go around and become like prominent conservative political figures somehow. Like Alex Stein has literally been on Tucker Carlson's show. I think multiple times. Direct energy weapons. Alex Stein just got fucked up by a security guard trying to ambush WNBA star Brittany Griner a couple days ago. Is there video? Because I'd watch a video of Alex Stein getting fucked up.
BG, was that a fair trade for the merchant of death? I know you kill it on the court, but he kills it in real life. Is it true you'd have sex with Vladimir Putin to get released from Russia, Britt?
Get out of the way, dog.
Britt.
Get out of the way.
Britt, is it true you had to...
Get out of the way.
What about his wife?
What are you doing?
I'm trying to talk to Brittany. Hey, Britt. Do you still want to boycott America, Brittany?
Stop.
Well, get off me.
Stop. Stop.
I'm weird. Why? She hates America. What about the Merchant of Death, Britt? Get off me.
Stop, dude.
Get off. Was that a fair trade for the Merchant of Death? I know you killed on the court. He killed in real life. Is it true you'd have sex with Vladimir Putin to get released from Russia, Britt? Britt.
Why are you being like that?
Dude, I want to talk to Britt. Britt, you scared to talk to me? Britt, you're scared.
Have a good day.
The Merchant of Death, Britt.
Have a good day.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Off me. Get off me.
Stop now.
Britt, do you hate America? Britt, was it a fair trade for the Merchant of Death? Britt, was it a fair trade?
By the way, this guy is hired by the Blaze TV, so like, he's given validity in conservative circles.
Brittany, was it a fair trade? Why are you grabbing me?
Because you're running up.
I want to talk to the famous athlete.
You talk to me. How about that?
Okay, well, do you like protecting her, even though she hates our country?
I do what I need to.
Well, do you think that she?
Have a good day.
Did you hear that she had sex with Vladimir Putin?
Have a good day.
What a piece of shit. He's paid. Yeah, no, he's paid and funded by conservative media outlets. As weird as Alex is, he's very dangerous. Oh, yeah, of course he is, yeah. He's such a little shitheel. That was more tame than I thought it would be. Yeah, I was hoping for, like, a decking, you know? There's a guy out there upset that the California wildfires are displacing subterranean alien refugees. Jesus, what? The men in the tunnels are coming. The men in the tunnels are coming. All right, folks. I will be right back. I'm going to get some more food because I'm hungry as hell. But remember, we've been streaming for 2 hours now. If you'd like to support the stream, if you're enjoying yourself, if you're finding this valuable and all, please remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button over on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube, hit the notification bell. And remember, we are sponsored today by Babbel. If you guys have ever wanted to learn a new language, well, you can today for up to 60% off new subscriptions. This is valid only for U.S. residents, but yeah, you can learn a new language for up to 60% off, which is quite a big deal. You just use !Babbel in chat to get the link. It takes you over there. You need to use that link, otherwise it will not count. And folks, consider dropping some subs or donos, because without those, I literally could not survive or exist. Come on over to riverboat.gg for an ad-free experience, whether or not you subscribe. And yeah, consider dropping some subs or donos, okay? Because that is what allows me to eat, actually. With that, I will be right back. Bye. Well, look at that. We got the K-Flow crew. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. How we all doing? How we all doing, folks? Also, yes, Raiders, hello, welcome. Come on over to riverboat.gg if you'd like to be in the on-screen chat. And we are actually going to watch the CNN Town Hall with Chris Christie. Yeah, here we go. Can we find it here? There it is.
About what you're going to get tonight. You're going to get some straight talk from New Jersey. I'm glad to be back here. And I have to tell you,
I can't believe he's running for president again.
That I'd be here.
Jesus Christ.
Far from it. If you had asked me a year ago whether I would be up here to talk to all of you about the future of our country and where we would go, I probably would have said to you, you know, life's pretty good in New Jersey, and I think I'll stay down here and let you all fight it out up here like you always do.
This guy sucked
every 4 years
Trump's dick so hard and got nothing in return.
Come up here and talk to you. But I have to tell you, as I've watched the last year evolve,
yeah, look, he needs to be. Look, he needs to be a little pay piggy some more. Okay, he needs Donald Trump to humiliate him some more so he can get hard. Okay, it's all he's been thinking about since the last go around. Okay.
One question that kept going back and back and back into my mind. And it was about our country and its future. And I wondered what our choice was going to be. Were we going to be small or were we going to be big? And let me tell you what I mean.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
I've watched our country over the last decade. It seems to me get smaller and smaller.
What does that mean?
Smaller in every way. Smaller in the way we talk to each other. Smaller in the way we look at each other. Smaller in the things that we talk to each other about. Smaller in the issues that we cared enough to get angry about. The issues that we cared enough to get involved in. And I thought to myself, why do I continue to get this feeling that America, for the first time in its history, is getting smaller? And what I concluded is because we've had leaders who have led us to being small. Small by their example. Small by the way they conduct themselves. Small by the things.
Oh yeah, breaking news. E. Jean Carroll can pursue $10 million lawsuit against Donald Trump, according to a judge. Federal judge on Tuesday said E. Jean Carroll, the New York writer who last month won a $5 million jury verdict against Donald Trump for sexual abuse and defamation, can pursue a related $10 million defamation case against the former U.S. president. The U.S. District Judge Lewis Kaplan in Manhattan ruled in favor of the former LA magazine columnist after Trump had argued that the defamation case must be dismissed because the jury had concluded he had never raped her. Kaplan said he may explain his reasoning later. So, yeah. Basically, Trump has continued to defame E. Jean Carroll publicly since the $5 million defamation lawsuit, meaning that she can now take him to civil court for $10 million. Goddamn.
They tell us we should care about. Smaller and smaller. And they do it in other ways too. They're making us smaller by dividing us into smaller and smaller groups. And they sell to you that we should get into these smaller groups because we'll be more comfortable. See, because the smaller and smaller group you get into, then you're probably not going to hear anything you disagree with. The smaller group you get into, you just watch the news that you want to hear. The smaller the group you get into, the less chances you'll ever be offended by anything. See, this is not just a right problem. This is a right and a left problem. We just go about it from different ways. I'm not just talking about the leadership of my own party. I'm talking about the leadership of both parties. Barack Obama made us smaller by dividing us and trying to make sure that his party was divided into smaller pieces so that he could...
What the fuck do you mean? What does that actually mean? What? Explain yourself. How did Obama do that?
Lead the small pieces that he wanted to. And Donald Trump made us smaller by dividing us even further and pitting one group against another, different groups pitted against different groups every day. And
I'm eating
by definition,
beef
making
stew
those
on
groups
rice.
smaller. Because even when you're talking to those small groups, you're going to say something that offends them, and the leader, instead of trying to bring people together, says it's okay to leave. It's okay to go. Move to another group that you agree with even more, which by definition will be even smaller. And now Joe Biden is doing the very same thing, just on the other side of the political divide.
How?
He ran promising us that he was going to bring the country together, that he was going to unite us, that he was going to bring a new sense of unity to the United States.
This is deeply
And
unserious.
instead, what he decided to do was to take his groups and divide them even smaller and actively pit them against Republicans. To paint all Republicans with just one brush, even though all of you in this room who may...
You just said you shouldn't divide groups into smaller and smaller groups. Then why should we not paint Republicans with one brush, Chris? Because if we use different brushes, that would be dividing the Republicans into smaller groups.
Maybe Republican like me knows that there isn't just one brush to paint our party with. So what's the problem with that? You know, in some respects, maybe you feel a little bit better. You turn on a news show and you hear things that come back to you that you agree with. You probably smile. Maybe you nod. You go to dinner parties where only the people that you agree with are around the table.
Who the fuck
There's
goes
no
to a
arguments.
dinner party anymore?
Everybody agrees. You go to a college or a university where you see people who only agree with you, professors who only agree with you, and you learn only the things that you already know. See, that's not the America that I grew up in. And if you look back at our history, when we have had great leaders, at every pivotal moment in our history, there was a choice between small and big. And America became the most different, the most successful, the most fabulous light for the rest of the world in the history because we always picked big. 1776, there were so many people in the Continental Congress who argued against independence, said, let's just make a deal with the king. I'm sure he'll lower those
There were so many people in the Continental Congress who argued for slavery.
taxes a little bit. Maybe he'll let us elect a few people who can say some things. We don't have to go to war for our independence. But thank God for all of us who are sitting here right now that George Washington and John Adams and Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and Alexander Hamilton and Benjamin Rush said no. We're going big. We want a country of our own. We know that true liberty is a gift from God, and the only way to accept that gift is to be independent, to be able to govern ourselves, to have the miracle that so few people in this world have ever had, to choose for themselves their own form of government, how they were going to be governed. Imagine if we had gone small.
This is conservative
all have
pablum.
British accents, everybody.
This is just
all
meaningless
have British
air.
accents today. Some of us watched the coronation of King Charles III. All of us would have been required to if we had gone small.
What? The British aren't required to watch the coronation of King Charles. God damn it.
And then you had 1861, when the country and many people in it literally wanted to make it smaller. They wanted to divide it in half because we disagreed. We disagreed on some fundamental issues.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like slavery. Like how the federal government interacts with the state governments and who should really be in charge. And if we had had a small leader sitting in the White House in 1861, we would not have become the greatest continental country the world has ever seen. And who knows how that would have ended.
All of these people
But
look
it would
really
not have ended
uncomfortable.
with a country
The only person who looks comfortable here is this guy seated front and center.
as vast and great and rich and free as it is now. Because Abraham Lincoln said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And he knew when he said it that he was going to cause the death of citizens all throughout this country. The greatest loss of life in any American war, the Civil War, when we killed each other. But Lincoln knew that in the choice between a smaller America and a bigger America, that any sacrifice was worth it to make America bigger. He made that choice, and he gave his life for that choice. That's a great leader.
He didn't give his life. His life was taken.
And in
an assassination.
1917, when Europe was at war and dictatorships were taking over the entire continent, and America had followed the admonition of George Washington since its founding to stay out of foreign entanglements, Woodrow Wilson said no. If America allows Europe to go under dictatorship, we will be next.
Wait, we definitely intervened in foreign nations prior to that. Like all the time.
We don't want to do this. But if we want America to be big and influential and free, we need to do it. And Franklin Roosevelt said the same thing 24 years later. When Hitler and Mussolini and Hirohito decided that dictatorship was what was going to rule the world, and Roosevelt and the rest of America said no, and sent hundreds and thousands of our men to Europe and to the Pacific because they said America is better than this, and we're going to help the world be better than this. Again, imagine what would have happened. We know what would have happened if America had pulled away and decided to go small. Europe would have been dominated by Germany, by totalitarianism and Holocaust.
Oh.
And who knows what would have happened next to the United States with a Germany that ran all of Europe. We said no. America will go big. And 20 years later, John Kennedy stood at a speech and said, with absolutely nothing to base it on other than his belief in us, that we're going to the moon. And we're going to the moon before the end.
Well, he didn't have just the faith that we would get to the moon. He knew we had a program to get us to the moon.
End of the decade. We didn't have a rocket. We didn't even know what an astronaut was. I'm confident he didn't. So how could he possibly have been so audacious to do it? He was that audacious because he was an American leader who watched all those examples before him and knew his history. Wrote a book called Profiles in Courage about courageous leaders in this country. And what did he do? He put us on that path, and even though he wasn't there to see it to its conclusion, we would have never gotten there if John Kennedy would have thought small, would have not believed in the American people, would not have believed in our ingenuity and our industry and our faith and our hope. And then 20 years after that, there were those who said that the United States should just coexist with the Soviet Union.
Half of them are on their phones.
Care
Yeah,
that they
no, they're
dominate
bored. All of
Eastern
these
Europe.
people are bored too.
We shouldn't care that they kill their own people. We shouldn't care that they starve them. We shouldn't care that they do that to everyone else that they dominate in Eastern Europe. We should just survive.
Boo!
And Ronald Reagan said, they are an evil empire. And America stands up against evil. We fight evil anywhere in the world to prevent evil from becoming a part of us. And it was Ronald Reagan who in 8 years went from pronouncing that on the front of the Capitol in his inaugural address to watching from his home in California as the Berlin Wall came down. And all of Eastern Europe was made free again. All throughout our history, there have been moments when we've had to choose between big and small. And I would tell you the reason I'm here tonight is because this is one of those moments. And you see it everywhere. We have candidates for president who say, we shouldn't care about what's happening in Ukraine. We shouldn't care that Russia wants to take a free and freedom-loving country and put it back under its thumb.
Big screen Hollow Knight?
But that's not America's concern. We have candidates for president who are talking about issues that are so small that sometimes it's hard to even understand them. But let me tell you why they're talking about those small issues. For the very same reason that leaders who are pretenders have always talked about small issues, to divide you further and to make it easier for them to rule over you. The more divided we are, the more likely we are to be dominated by a single leader. We
The
fought
more
against
likely
that
we are to be topped? Poggers!
245 years ago.
I know who I'm voting
And
for.
as I sat in our home in Mendham, New Jersey, living a very comfortable existence. Now, I want to make clear that after 8 years of being a Republican governor in New Jersey, any existence would be comfortable. So this is not a high standard, but it was a bar that we were clearing every day. Mary Pat and I said to each other, we can't sit by and watch this.
Wait, his wife's name is Mary Pat?
We cannot sit
all
by
right.
and watch this happen.
Guess that's a name.
There's a big argument in our country right now about whether character matters. And we have leaders who have shown us over and over again that not only are they devoid of character, but they don't care. And they tell you you shouldn't care. Just look at what results I produce. Well, there's some fiction in that too, and we'll talk about that tonight. But the Greeks said character is destiny. And if you think about the stuff I just talked about, at every one of those moments, we had men and women of character to make the big versus small decision. Whether we agreed with them politically or not, Washington and Adams and Jefferson and Franklin and Hamilton were men of character, as was Abigail Adams, a woman of character.
Abigail Adams, man of character, you know.
If you read their letters. And if George Washington had not destroyed all his letters between he and Martha, I suspect we may have found the same thing about him, which just shows you. That's why Washington was the first president and Adams was second. That's just a little smarter. Whether it's him, those folks, or Lincoln and his team of rivals that ran the government during the Civil War, or Wilson, or FDR, or JFK, or Ronald Reagan. These were men of character. We can't dismiss the question of character anymore, everybody. If we do, we get what we deserve. And we will have to own it. So let's talk about candidates for a second. I just will tell you this, that if you are in search of the perfect candidate, it is time to leave. I am not it.
Uh-oh.
And not only am I not the perfect candidate, I'm far from the perfect person.
Controller, why?
I've lived a life at 60 years old now that have had enormous highs.
I did not expect this to be so much grandstanding from Chris Christie, or so utterly devoid of any actual, like, I don't know, like, substance. It's really weird. He said nothing, and I'm trying to figure out if he has any policies whatsoever, you know? Let's see, does this work now?
Honors and privileges that as a child I could have never, ever imagined. Meeting the Queen of England.
What?
Traveling around the world.
What? You literally...
Meet leaders of heads of state.
You literally started off by talking about how, like, oh man, we would have been forced to watch the coronation. Then you're, like, bragging about actually meeting the fucking queen, bro. What are you doing? Ooh, I got the glowing womb. Excellent. What? Weird. Finally, I have one.
And in Europe, to have the opportunity to lead my state through the worst natural disaster that it ever had and have people come up to me during Hurricane Sandy when I would see them, and they would say to me, "Thank God you haven't forgotten us." Those moments that you had become that significant in those people's lives, that they believed that you could get them out of the worst moment of their lives, is the highest high you could ever have as a public official. And I've had them. But I also have made mistakes. I've made judgments at times that were wrong. And I've trusted people I shouldn't have trusted. And it resulted in me being, at one point in my career, admitting that I was publicly embarrassed and humiliated by the things that had happened on my watch.
Are you talking about when you ran for president against Trump
And
again?
those are days when you wonder whether it was worth it to do this. But I will tell you, there's never been a day where those great moments are
It
the
really
thing
does
that
feel
got
like
me out of
please,
bed,
please clap is coming.
or those horrible moments were something that kept me in.
The audio is really
What got
bad. There's
me
a
out
lot
of bed
of
every day was
static.
that in public leadership in this country, you have a chance to do something great every day. You give men like me a chance to do something great every day. And that's what gets me out of bed. That's what got me out of bed for those years on the good days and the bad days. And when I made those mistakes, I admitted them. See, because I think what true leaders do is not try to pretend to you that we're perfect, because we're human just like you. Because in our country, in our democracy, we are no better and no worse than any of you. We are you. We are you. And if your leaders are not willing to admit to you that they're fallible, that they make mistakes, that they hurt like you, that they bleed like you, and that they suffer disappointments and letdowns, beware. Beware of the leader in this country who you have handed leadership to, who has never made a mistake, who has never done anything wrong, who when something goes wrong, it's always someone else's fault.
Man, he's really, really,
has never
really
lost.
trying to push this idea that never could be his fault, man.
I've lost. You people did that to me in 2016. All of you. And I have two of my children here tonight who remind me of that all the time. They said, "You're going back to New Hampshire?"
Okay.
They beat you.
Okay.
But beware of the
Dude.
leader who won't
Dude,
admit
what the
any
fuck,
of
dude?
those shortcomings. Because you know what the problem is with a leader like that? A leader like that
My children won't stop telling me what a loser I am.
thinks America's greatness resides in the mirror he's looking at. I believe that America's greatness resides out there, among all of you.
Among the stars.
And that any of us who get the opportunity to serve are merely temporary stewards of that greatness, who just want an opportunity to make it a little bit greater. And if you can't admit to the people you want to lead that you're not going to be perfect,
Among Us?
and if you decide that the people who you ask to come with you to lead will always be the ones who are blamed when anything goes wrong, that they'll be called names, that they'll be dismissed, and that after they leave your service, they're nothing but idiots. Beware.
This is personal
Because
beef.
that leader not only will not serve you, they will not be able to find anybody who will serve them. And a lonely,
Yes,
self-consumed,
this is supposed to announce his presidency, guys.
self-serving mirror hog is not
Mirror
a
hog.
leader. And so now We have pretenders all around us
Is he drama
who
dumping?
want to tell
Yeah.
you, pick me. Because I'm kind of like what you picked before, but not quite as crazy. But I don't want to say his name because for these other pretenders, he is, for those of you who read the Harry Potter books, like Voldemort.
God damn it, dude.
He is he who shall not be named.
This is so cringy.
Well, let me be clear, in case I have not been already. The person I am talking about, who is obsessed with the mirror, who never admits a mistake, who never admits a fault, and who always finds someone else and something else to blame for whatever goes wrong, but finds every reason to take credit
Hey,
for
Trout with Clout.
anything
Welcome
that goes
over to
right,
Riverboat.gg.
is Donald Trump.
Wow, I'm
And
shocked.
if we don't have that conversation with you, we don't deserve to ask for your vote. We don't deserve the mantle of leadership. We don't deserve to have you think of us as people worthy of leadership. I'm going to end with this.
Oh, thank God, it's almost over.
I read a great quote from a letter that John Adams
Oh, God damn it.
wrote to Abigail Adams during the beginning of the Revolutionary War. She asked him in a
I've
letter
never played it before. This
to
is
him,
a blind playthrough.
what did he think was going to happen? Were we going to win? And his response to her was, I can't guarantee success in this war, but I can guarantee something better, that we deserve it. So I'll say to you tonight that I can't guarantee you success in what I'm about to do.
Cool,
But I guarantee you that at the end of it, you will have no doubt in your mind who I am and what I stand for and whether I deserve it. So that's why I came back to St. Anselm's, and that's why I came back to Manchester, and that's why I came back to New Hampshire to tell all of you that I intend to seek the Republican nomination for President of the United States in 2024, and I want your support.
Oh my God, this is the least enthusiastic crowd of people. He got like 20 people to come out, dude.
Thank you. All right. All right, so now we'll do what I like to do much more than that. You know, when I was governor of New Jersey, I did over 150 town hall meetings.
Fuck! Damn
in my
it!
first 4 years as governor. And then I came
I
up
was
here
just
and I did
dicking
another
around.
100.
Didn't realize how close to death
And
I
so,
was.
just so you know, this is my favorite stuff. To find out what you're thinking, what's on your mind, and to be able to try to answer you honestly and directly, and let you critique it as you walk out tonight. I want everybody to feel free to ask whatever question they want to ask, and I'll try to give you the best answer I possibly can. But remember something. Please never forget this. I am from New Jersey.
We won't.
So I am always interested in mild, polite, but intense conflict. So I'm happy to go back and forth with anybody tonight. But remember, with guys from New Jersey, what you need to know, and women, is that if you give it, you're getting it back. And that's the way we engage. So before I take your first question, I do want to do one other thing. I talked throughout the beginning of this about we. And we have been the same we for the last 37 years. And despite all odds against it, she's still here. My wife, Mary Pat. Stand up. Now, for all of you who have more than one child, we have 4. Once they get to the ages of 30, 27, 22, and 20, if you can get any of them to come to anything you're doing, you are incredibly lucky. So I am lucky times 2 tonight. I have our oldest son, Andrew, and our oldest daughter, Sarah, here with us tonight as well.
Yeah, baby.
And I'll tell you, beside being asked about Mary Pat, the second person I get asked about all the time when I come back up here, because apparently he made such an impression when he came up here 8 years ago at the age of 82 to go door to door. Big upset, everybody. He's still here. And he will still be going door to door, I suspect, here in New Hampshire.
If you
so
keep
get
talking
ready
about him like that.
for this guy, my amazing 90-year-old father, to come knock on your door, and you can't say no once he gets to 90. So, Dad, Bill Christie, thanks for being here tonight. All right, who's got the first question? Right there. I am ready, and they're going to bring you a microphone. The question is, are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's go.
I'm from Pittsburgh. I can
Excellent.
take it.
No, that's good. That's good competition.
All right. But I live in New Hampshire. My name is Laura Landerman Garber, and I'm going to say this up front. I'm a clinical psychologist of 40 years. All right? So given that,
Oh, no, is
I
this
want to
gonna be
read this.
trans?
I want to get it right.
Is it gonna be
It
trans
seems to me
shit?
that our amazing nation has actually been traumatized by all the divisive screaming, yelling that has been happening in politics and in elections. I would say, as a psychologist, that we've been traumatized as a nation. I want to know how you're going to take that to the White House. You have a forceful,
How are you going to take that
I'll
trauma
call
to
it
the White
strong
House?
approach to things. Look at him. He raises his eyebrow. I can do that too. So can you address that now?
Yeah.
What are we going to do? We're in trouble.
Yeah, we are. And I think it's a great question, and I think you're right that trauma has been thrust on our country in a number of different ways. And see, I don't think that the American people are traumatized by strength. They're traumatized by chaos.
Hello,
The American
chatters.
people aren't traumatized by being direct. The American people are traumatized by lying. I don't think the American people are traumatized by somebody who is going to be forceful. I think they're traumatized by someone who only cares to be forceful for themselves. See, when I used to fight about things in New Jersey, and my Democratic opponents used to say all the time, they used to call me a bully all the time. They polled that, and they said, like, if we can get him to be seen as a bully, his numbers will go down. But what we found was that people said, yeah, he's a bully for us. See, I think it depends on where you
Yeah,
direct
Trout
that
with
strength.
clout. You guys are my little grubby
If you direct
friends.
that strength to aggrandize yourself, if you direct that chaos to aggrandize yourself, if you direct the anger to benefit yourself, well then you're
God damn it.
traumatizing a nation. If you harness our energy, our anger, our concerns, our disappointments, our hopes, our aspirations, and you put the force of a personality behind it for the betterment of the whole country, that's leadership. And so I don't think we need some weak person in the White House who will be mealy-mouthed and not speak and not lead. I think we got that already. Okay? We have that
I think we
now.
get that with Chris Christie.
And look, I've known Joe Biden for 40 years. I went to the University of Delaware. I was the president of the student body there when he was a United States senator.
We
He's a
dated
nice
briefly in
guy.
1962.
I've known him for 40 years. He's a nice man. He is out of his depth because he's not the guy he used to be. And I'm going to be honest with all of us. We know this. I know it for me, and there's lots of people in this audience that know it. Father Time always wins. He always wins. And he's not what he used to be. So we don't need someone timid, quiet, who's not speaking to us regularly in the White House. But by the same token, we don't need someone whose entire life is defined by never admitting you're wrong, never admitting you made a mistake. And when the mistakes happen, by definition, you have to traumatize somebody else because you can't take the blame on yourself. And that's why I talked to you about what I did near the end of my talk. I've made mistakes. I've made bad judgments. I'm human. But none of my mistakes,
look, I've fucked
none
up
of my
a lot,
judgments
okay?
were ever meant to aggrandize me. They were a decision that I made about a public policy that was wrong, or a judgment I made about a person that turned out to be wrong. And what I always would say is, even if I'm not directly responsible, I'm accountable because I'm the leader.
Is this guy
and what
worse
we
than
need is
Ted
someone who's going to be
Cruz?
strong and accountable. And someone who's
I don't know. Like, Ted Cruz, at least at times, can pretend to have a spine. I don't think Chris Christie is able to, like, hold that pretend guise for any length of time, you know? Like, dude is just... Dude's just pathetic. Dude, like, he didn't even get a cabinet position. He got jack shit for supporting Trump. And he's gonna do it again in, like, you know, 5 seconds flat.
Who's going to look at this country and say, you're not perfect, I'm not perfect, but we are better than any place else in the world, and we better get back to aspiring to that rather than worrying about dividing each other into groups that we agree with all the time.
Essentially.
So I agree with you that traumas happen, but I don't think it's strength. That's faux strength. That is faux strength.
Or
That's
frank,
built out
as
of
we
an
call it.
absolute lack of confidence. And it's damaging to everyone, starting with the person who's doing it, who can't see it, or didn't care to, and to everybody else who that person's supposed to be leading. And that's why we're in the traumatic situation we're in now, because we've gone from chaos and constant yelling, screaming, blaming, to now quiet. And the divisions now are happening more quietly, but they're still happening. So
divisions
that's
always
the way
happen.
I would consider
What are you talking
leading
about?
now, which is to show your strength, but to show your humanity. And to let people know that I know I'm not always going to be right. I know I'm not. But what you're going to know about me is that every day, I'm not only trying to be right, I'm trying to be right
I'll
for
be
you.
your precious little pay piggy. Wait,
Thank
what?
you.
Huh? Nani?
They're going to bring you a microphone.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Quinn Mitchell. I'm 15 years old. And last week I went to a DeSantis event. And while going in, I saw a huge group of Trump supporters flag waving. And it really highlighted what a division there was in the party. Like, for example, you would never see Klobuchar supporters doing that to Warren supporters in 2020.
What are you
So my question for you is, how will you win over Trump voters?
Who the fuck even remembers that Amy Klobuchar ran in 2020? Amy Klobuchar was like a fucking joke, dude. And I say that as someone from Minnesota. Like, she has a negative riz, okay? And, like, everyone can see that. Everyone knows she's got negative riz. That's why she has to throw her clipboards at her aides, okay? And scream at them.
Voters who are so attached to one charismatic man, considering you don't seem to be appealing to the larger Republican voters. Thank you.
Well, I'm not nearly as pessimistic as you are.
You probably should be, though.
and after saying that, I'm glad you're 15 and you can't vote.
Haha, fuck you, child.
But despite that, in 3 years you will be voting. And I intend to seek your vote for my re-election as president in 2028. So we'll start right now. Look.
Okay, bud.
There is no such thing as Trump voters.
Oh, no.
He doesn't own them. He didn't take title to them. They're not one of his buildings.
Well, that's a pretty
They're
terrible
not one of his failed
counter-argument, my
casinos
guy.
in New Jersey, okay? They're not that wreck he's got in Las Vegas, okay? He doesn't own them. They voted for him. By the way, I voted for him twice. Okay? Am I a Trump voter then?
Yes.
Hell no, man. Okay?
Definitionally
Elections in the United States of America are not about anything other than a choice. I tried to explain this one time when Mary Pat and I had the opportunity to go over to Great Britain and to visit with Prime Minister Cameron at 10 Downing Street. And he was getting ready to start his re-election campaign. Now, in Great Britain, they do this in an incredibly civilized way. Their entire election is 48 days. You're not allowed legally to campaign before 48 days before the election. You can only campaign in those 48 days, and there's election. He looked at me, and he came in, Mary Pat, remember, he came in having come off the treadmill. And he was like, and I'm like dressed like this. I'm like, I'm meeting the Prime Minister. And he comes literally in gym shorts and a sweaty T-shirt. And he's like, sorry, but the campaign's going to start soon. I have to be working out. I'm like, no problem, Mr. Prime Minister. He said to me, explain your country to me. You guys are already doing this. It was 2015, in the early part of 2015. He said, how do you do this? I hate doing it for 48 days. How are you going to do it for a year and a half? And I said, remember this about the American political system, everybody. In America, we don't get to vote for who we want to vote for. We get to vote for who's left. We get to vote for who's left.
That's true.
Okay, so Trump voters are Trump voters in 2016 when their choice was among 17 of us, and then when it was Trump or Hillary Clinton. A Trump voter in 2020 in the Republican Party, he had no competition. So who else were they supposed to vote for? They either vote for him or they stay home. And then in the fall, you were a Trump voter or a Biden voter, and Joe Biden won the election. So I don't understand this concept of Trump voters. Yeah, they had people outside waving flags on Me Too tonight. Let me tell you something. For a guy from New Jersey, it's like being home, baby. It's like being home. Like, if I would walk up to a town hall in New Jersey and there were no protesters, I was like, get me the hell out of here. I am not going to be able to stay awake during this thing. Look, this is a contact sport. And the way I'm going to appeal to any voter,
and I'm going to be in contact with all of you.
Do what I just did and make the case I can make. And if someone in here was a Trump voter 4 years ago, maybe this time they say, let me give this guy a shot. Or let me give one of the other candidates a try. I don't think he owns them. He thinks he owns them. He thinks he owns them. Okay? But let me guarantee you something. He thought he owned the general electorate after 2016. And what did they show him in 2020? Not so fast. Not so fast. So, I don't have a specific strategy. I'm going to be myself.
What?
I got advice from...
You don't have a campaign strategy, you say?
One of President Trump's
no.
former chiefs of staff.
Something tells me this campaign might be in trouble, Chet.
And he said to me, for you, be yourself. And that's exactly what I'm going to be. And like Adam said to Abigail, I can't guarantee success in the war, but I can guarantee something better that will deserve it. I'm going to give you a campaign that by the end of this, you're going to say, whether you would decide to vote for me or not, if you could, and I still have hope for you, you're going to say, he made me think. He made me think. And that's the first step towards getting somebody's respect. And I want you to think about the last time Donald Trump made you think. You sure has. Yes, sir, right there. Yep.
Governor, Governor Christie.
It was him. I'll get to you next.
Governor Christie, Kurt Wright from Burlington,
Christie
Vermont, so we've got our own problems there.
Yeah, Kurt, you do.
But I want to let you know, because I'm from Burlington, it wasn't my fault.
All right.
But let's talk some policy. Governor Christie, we just had the debt ceiling deal in Washington, and a lot of people on the farther right didn't like the deal, and a lot of people on the farther left didn't seem to like the deal. And Governor DeSantis also seems to have trashed the deal. I haven't heard so much from Donald Trump yet, I don't think about it, but I'd like to hear what your thoughts were on the debt ceiling deal. Do you think Kevin McCarthy got enough? What do you think of that deal?
Well, thank God they did it. Look, governing is about choosing, and governing is about compromising. When did compromise become such a dirty word? Look, if we don't want compromise, set up a dictatorship, put the dictator in charge, he or she will make all the decisions, and then we won't have to ever worry about compromising. We may get trampled, but we won't have to worry about compromising, thank God. Hey, look, are there things that I would have done differently? Sure. Sure, there's some things I might have done differently.
Hey,
But I'm not going to trash Kevin McCarthy over this. He had a responsibility. Let's remember what the debt ceiling is, everybody. It's not future spending. It's money we already spent. Are we going to pay the bills we already ran up? And I'll tell you a great Donald Trump aside on this. When I became governor of New Jersey, we had an $11 billion deficit on a $29 billion budget. And we had pension and benefit debt of over $300 billion. And my friend Donald Trump called me, and he said,
my friend,
here's what you do. Don't pay it. He said, Chris, go bankrupt. I said, Donald, the law doesn't allow states to go bankrupt. He said, screw it, fight it out in the courts. Don't pay it. You're never going to be able to fix all this, so just let the debt go. That's not leadership. That's not leadership. And everybody who says they hate the debt deal, they can tell me what particular parts they don't like, but they need to tell me how they would have gotten it done. Because let me tell you what would have happened to everybody in this room, me included, if they didn't do it. The economy would have cratered. We already have a bank crisis going on. You think we have one now. Wait until you see what would happen if we defaulted on the debt. Wait till you see what would happen to our ability to trade around the world. Look at what would have happened to your 401ks and your IRAs and your college funds for your kids. It would have been a disaster. So governing is choosing. And see, I think Governor DeSantis doesn't like it because Governor DeSantis never had to compromise. When he was in the House of Representatives, he was in the Freedom Caucus, and he just said either hell yes or hell no. And as governor of Florida, he had a Republican legislature who would do whatever he wanted. So you never have to compromise. I had a Democratic legislature for 8 years. Every hour of 8 years. Every minute of 8 years. And I had to make a fundamental decision. Is on a particular issue 60% enough? Is 70% enough? Can I live with 40% this time in order to get something done and move the ball down the field? And by the way, that's how we capped property taxes at 2% in New Jersey. That had averaged 7% increase for the 10 years before I was governor. That's how we saved $150 billion on our pension and health benefits system because I compromised with the Democrats. Would I have liked to fix the whole $300 million problem? I would have. But guess what? I retired half of the problem. Is that a failure? Under that definition, it is. So look, I'm not going to be one of those guys, if I become president of the United States, who is going to go in and say, my way or the highway, it's got to be what I want every day, and if it's not, I'm going back to the Oval Office, holding my breath, and ignoring you. Now, you all know me. Doesn't mean I'm not going to fight. I'm going to fight every day until the minute I think we've reached the time where compromise is going to happen. But that's how you negotiate. Like, you know, if you went into your boss and you said, I'd like a 10% raise. And your boss said, oh, I don't really think we can do that. I can only do 2%. And you said, okay, goodbye. And you walked out. And you didn't fight. Well, you ain't going to get 2%. But if you said, well, I don't know about 2 is just much too low. Would you maybe get to 7? And then the boss comes back and says, well, I might be able to get to 4. Man, you know what I'm seeing? Here comes 6, baby. I'm getting 6. And you have tripled what the boss originally offered you. Under the definition of some people on the left wing of the Republican or the Democratic Party and some of the people on our party, that's a loss. Not to me.
Damn it.
So I'm going to criticize Kevin McCarthy. I wasn't in the negotiations. I can't tell whether he could have squeezed a little more out or whether he had reached the end. But what I do know is he knew that if he failed, that the American economy would fail. Yes, he did. He said we should default. And that's why I told the story.
Kevin McCarthy was willing to be the one who pulled the trigger to make the economy fail, that's on your party. You are the ones who would have precipitated that crisis.
It's not news, baby. He told me to default in 2010. And when I said to him, I can't do it, it's against the law, he said, fight it in the courts. I said, we'd lose. And he'd go, oh, for God's sake, Chris, don't be stupid, just default. Now look, that's not leadership, everybody. It's just not. And when he was just a developer at Trump Tower in New York City calling and giving me advice, who cares? He's one of thousands of people who would give me advice, and it's my job to decide. But when you put him in the chair to decide, and you know that's what he thinks, get ready. Get ready for bad things to happen. And that's what happened. He's gonna bring you Mike.
Chris, Ted Tykert from Andover, Massachusetts. I only came here to get a job in your cabinet when you get elected. Not if, but when you do.
Well, that started early.
And I want to get a picture with Mary Pat, and I got that done already, too.
Good job.
But actually, what have you learned since the last time you ran for president?
Why did you want to get a photograph with
What have I learned since the last
Chris
time
Christie's
I ran for
Because
president?
we want to help you.
That's weird.
Look, there's a lot. The first thing I learned is motion isn't progress. So, you know, people tell you to do all these different things, and sometimes it's just because they like to see you do all those different things. But they're not making you any more electable. They're not moving the ball down the court. I think I'm much more experienced about how to do this now. And what really matters in being able to get the job done, every endorsement doesn't matter. Okay? Last time, I was obsessed with all the endorsements. And I got more local endorsements than any candidate in the race. And I came in 6th. So I don't know. My common sense tells me maybe not that important. Maybe I spent too much time on that. Maybe the 5th meeting with a member of the New Hampshire House to get his or her endorsement may have been a little bit of a waste of time. Second thing I learned is that even though I did 100 town halls up here and I did a lot of listening, you have to do even more. You have to do even more. And that's why I didn't do some big podium speech tonight to announce. To me, if I want to win, this is the best way to do it, to find out what you care about. Third, I think
I see you bear my blessing.
if you look at
Can't remember giving it, but my memory has
our
been a little
politics
lacking of
now,
late.
back in 2015 and
Isn't it just so
16,
peaceful here? Such a
I played a
perfect place
conventional
to
game.
rest.
I thought
Okay,
you just
bye.
do politics the way you've always done it. Just talk about yourself. Don't really worry about anybody else. Keep your eye on the ball and keep going. That's not the politics today. This time you have to differentiate yourself from the person in the lead. And I said this at a town hall I came up here a couple months ago.
Like
right
ridiculous.
Here. It was a mistake in 2016 not to confront Donald Trump early. Because I knew that so much of what he said was complete baloney.
You didn't confront
Like
Donald
I knew
Trump
it.
at all.
I'm going to build the greatest, most wonderful wall
You literally sucked
across
his
the
dick
entire
for
Mexico
years.
border,
What are you talking
and
about?
Mexico is going to pay for it. Well, like, I knew, as someone who had governed, that that was complete bull. But I was like, people aren't going to believe that. They're not going to believe that. Mistake. But guess what? You've got no excuse now. He was there for 4 years, 2 of them with a Republican Congress. He got a quarter of the wall built, and Mexico hasn't given us our first peso. We paid for all of it.
He got a quarter
And only for
of
a
the
quarter
wall
of
built.
it. And when you watch
I think
illegal
that's
immigration
really,
pouring over
really
our southern
generous.
border, don't wonder whose fault it is. It's his. It's his fault because he never changed one immigration law in the 2 years that he had Republican control of the Congress. Not one immigration law did he change. He didn't build the wall like he told us to, and Mexico is laughing at us at the idea that they were going to pay for a wall on their border.
Yeah, of course.
And if you listen
that
to
was
him,
always a lie.
he'll tell you, I totally succeeded, and now Biden is the reason that, this is not happening. Well, Biden's made it worse. But if the wall was there, like he promised us, Biden wouldn't be able to be doing this. He wouldn't be in office if it wasn't for Trump. Joe Biden never beat anybody outside the state of Delaware in 45 years, except for one guy, Donald J. Trump. Joe Biden ran for president 3 times. and never won anything outside the state of Delaware. Not once. Until he ran up against the guy who the American people knew in their heart was full of it.
Yep.
And they had enough. They had watched the chaos.
Biden would literally not have been able to win against anyone other than Trump. I do think that's true.
They had watched the narcissism and the lying for 4 years. And they went, you know what? The people in the middle said, enough.
It's basically
we took a chance on him 4 years ago. We're not taking a chance again. And so I made a fundamental judgment error. I thought that something that was so apparent to me would be apparent to everybody. Let me guarantee you something. I ain't making that mistake this time. Well, of course he is. You know, I love this. I've seen some of the press coverage of me getting ready to run. And there's this thing like, Christie doesn't really care about winning. All he cares about doing is destroying Trump.
Bow, 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 bow to Gorb.
How are those two things
Great
mutually
mind,
exclusive?
I am Gorb. Ascend, 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 ascend with Gorb.
I mean, seriously. Aren't they inextricably connected? The guy's ahead in the polls.
Oh, shit.
Who am I supposed to be worried about? Nikki Haley? I mean, seriously, if I came in here tonight and spent 15 minutes railing on Nikki Haley, and I've known Nikki for 13 years now, we're friends. So that's why I'm bringing her up, because I know that she will take this in the spirit it's given. If I came out here and railed for 15, 20 minutes about Nikki Haley, you all would leave going, is he nuts? Hasn't he, read the papers? Doesn't he know Trump's leading? The reason I'm going after Trump is twofold. One, he deserves it. And two, it's the way to win. So these two are not divided. And this is what I don't understand about the coverage, right? Well, I hope he's not just going out there to kill. No, I am going out there. Let me be very clear. I am going out there to take out Donald Trump, but here's why.
Gorb.
I want to win.
Great mind, the pain, ascend, ascend.
And I don't want him to win.
I am.
And guess what? If you put DeSantis and Haley and Pence and Tim Scott, that's it, I'll stop there. On truth serum, they tell you the same thing. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. You have to put me on truth serum to tell you. Okay? So that's why. There are not multiple lanes to the Republican nomination. That is a political science professor's dream. There is one lane to the Republican nomination, and he's in front of it. And if you want to win, you better go right through him. Because let me guarantee you something from knowing him for 22 years, everybody. He's going to try to go through me. And he's going to try to go through Ron and Nikki and Tim and anybody else who stands in his way. And you've watched this show. I mean, to me, this show looks like it's on reruns now. This is like watching Seinfeld. Right? We've all seen it. And the jokes aren't quite as funny as they were the first time we heard them. Right? So the Mexican Wall, I guarantee you, if you haven't been to one of his events yet and you go, you will walk out of there thinking, Jesus, the whole wall was built. How did I miss that? How did I miss it? The whole wall was built.
Thanks, Skyryu.
And you know what? Shit, Mexico paid for it. Nobody told me. I read the papers every day. I missed it. I guarantee you'll come out thinking that. Right? 8 years ago, it was amusing. 8 years ago, you were entertained. I forgive you. But it ain't funny anymore. It's not amusing anymore. It's not entertaining anymore. It is the last throes of a bitter, angry man who wants power back for himself, not for you. If you think for 1 minute, when he says, I am your retribution, if you think he wants to be your retribution, forget it. He's going to be retribution for one person and one person only, himself. And all the things he's angry about, and all the ways he thinks he got snookered. Well, if that's the kind of president you want, let me tell you, no one can compete with him. He's the runaway winner. But if you want somebody who's actually going to fight for you, I would suggest to you that's not the right choice. So I learned a few things.
Hi, Governor Christie.
Hello
so
there.
my name's Anya, and I apologize. I am of voting age. So I just wanted to ask, you spent a lot of time tonight talking about freedom as an American value and these amazing past people in our history that have fought for freedom and fought for our rights. And I'm wondering if you could talk about your opinion on the Dobbs Supreme Court decision and the future of reproductive justice and abortion access for women in America, and if you support all of our freedoms or maybe
Snookered,
just
yeah.
freedoms for choice view.
I think that Dobbs' decision was the right decision because I believe it was Roe versus Wade was constitutionally flawed. It said that there was a right to an abortion in the Constitution. And look, I'm a
No,
lawyer.
that's not what
I
that
plead guilty.
decision said.
I'm a recovering lawyer, but nonetheless a lawyer. It's not there.
That's not what the decision on abortion did. It said that you had a right to privacy, which meant that the U.S. government should not be able to determine should not be able to infringe on the medical privacy between a woman and her doctor. Yeah. He's just lying.
And so I think what Dobbs did was exactly what it should have done, which is to say it's not in the Constitution, and as a result, we send this back to the states for them to decide. And what I favor is what I've argued for my entire professional life, both as a lawyer and politically. Let every state decide what they want to do. I think each state should have the right to make that decision. I'm pro-life. I ran twice as a pro-life candidate for governor of New Jersey, which is now a state that allows abortion up to the 9th month of pregnancy. So not a place that was hospitable to my point of view. But I think the reason people voted for me was they knew that that's what I felt in my heart. I believe that in my heart. Now, I also believe, even greater than the things I believe in my heart as someone who governs, is I believe in our Constitution. And I believe in the rule of law. And it means that the people in New Hampshire get to decide on issues that are not protected by the Constitution. They get to decide how they want to deal with this really difficult, horrible issue. Because it is.
Quick work.
It's a tragedy no matter what
come
happens.
naturally to you, don't they? No wonder the dreamers tried to bury you in that old dream. Perhaps you frighten them.
Look, because
Perhaps
I think
being
that
prisoners
when
themselves,
there's an
they
unwanted
desired your
pregnancy,
company. In any case,
that is something
still have a long way
that
to
is
go.
tragic
Take this
for
old
the
trinket
person
as
and people
encouragement from me.
that are going through it.
Return when you have collected
I
200
think,
essence.
You know, when you have someone and get them pregnant or they become pregnant, that should be a
dream now
moment of
holds
joy.
over 200 essence.
You're bringing life into the world.
Proving your talent in its
But
collection.
when it's an unwanted, unplanned pregnancy
See that
for
great
some
door
people,
just outside?
it
I
doesn't
tried
become
closed
that.
it long ago
That's
and
what I mean
forbade
on
its
that
opening.
side. And on the other side, I think
as far
any
as I can
taking
tell,
of a life
I'm the only member of my tribe still breathing.
like that, of an innocent life,
That means I needn't feel
is
bad
wrong
about
and it's a
breaking the
tragedy.
taboo.
And so here
As
we are
proof
in this
of my
horrible
belief in you,
situation of
I
having to
opened
make
the
choice.
door.
But you know what? No one ever said this was going to be easy. Governing ourselves is
Yeah,
not
the
easy.
door is open and
There
you
are
can
going
enter
to
the
be
glade
lots of
beyond
really
it.
difficult questions.
Listen
This is probably
closely
one of
in
the most
there, and you
fraught
may
moral
hear the
questions
utterings of
that this
bugs
country
long
has
gone.
dealt with, and that countries all over the world deal with.
So,
And that's why I
you've
think it's
collected
best
300
decided by the
essence.
people in each state
Essence.
individually.
Yes, I can see the
So
dreams of this
in
old kingdom
Oklahoma,
are starting
they have
to
decided
cling
to
to you.
ban all abortions.
Very
In New
encouraging.
Jersey, they're allowing abortion up to
Certainly
9
made my
months.
dreary work here more
I
exciting.
think people
And
would
the
argue
caretaker
that
of this
either one of
place
those positions
hasn't been very stimulating.
is wrong.
I shouldn't complain though.
So
Tending these
if you
graves and
don't
guiding the
believe in that
wielder,
position, go out and
all
fight for it in your
penitence for
state.
old
Fight for what
crimes.
you think is reasonable.
Certain things
Fight
have
for
to
what
be
you
kept
think
in
is fair.
balance.
And,
This
and
trinket for
that's
your
what I
efforts.
think should be done. And I
Return with
don't think the
500
federal
essence.
government should
Keep
be
up your
bigfooting around
tireless
in this
work.
thing. I think that each
Ooh,
state should
I
make
got
that
a second
decision,
piece of
'cause guess
pale
what?
ore,
That's the way the founders
baby.
set it up. They said very
Time to
clearly,
upgrade
if
my
it's not
nail.
enumerated as a right in this document, it reverts to the states. And it's not like it reverts to the states and there's some like crazy-eyed dictator who's going to decide. Some states have put it on the ballot for a vote. That's perfectly acceptable to me. Some states have let their legislature and governor
The
make
bugs
the
within this
decision.
glade
But
are under
it
my
gets down
watch.
closer
Treat them
to
with
the people,
respect and you may
to
remain,
your
but
local
raise your nail and you'll contend
culture,
with me.
mores, values. And the majority of the people will rule on an issue like that at the state level.
Buy my cookies.
Now, I
They're
disagree
ever
with
so
what my
tasty.
state's doing. I fundamentally think that abortion in the 9th month is just wrong. But I got two choices.
Beware your own mind.
Fight to try to change it or move.
Here, wait.
And that's what our democracy is all about.
Beware your own mind, little one. Twisted minds breed dark deeds, and mine was more twisted than most. I thought that would be my end, but instead I found this glade, and with it, a sort of peace. Oh no, a video game crime. A waterfall without a secret behind it. I used to help others. They were brought to me sick and dying. What difference did it make? Any victory against death will always be temporary. What a gloomy thought. Ha ha! Don't fear, little creature! Though a violent rage once possessed me, the peaceful air of this place seems to keep it at bay. My appearance should not cause you worry. Here I am truly at peace. Are you a warrior, little one? A true warrior is one who can stand strong in the midst of a storm. Stand strong, little warrior. I was once obsessed with power through my time within this glade, has shed me of such desire. What folly it was to ever crave such a vicious thing. Ooh. Secret. And I found the king's idol. Or another king's idol. Interesting. I don't actually know. Wait, people who've played Hollow Knight. Is it okay for me to sell those things to the shopkeeper who's like asking for them from me? Or is there like going to be another NPC that wants them? I've been holding on to them. But yeah. We're always left with reminders of the errors we've made. Let your mistakes not burden you, but serve as guideposts on where not to travel. They're only good for selling? Are they? Really? I've been holding on to them for so long. You like my nails, little wanderer? I carry only 3, far less than the legend may suggest. Still, it is sharper than the last, and I'd require only 1 to cut you down. Aren't my nails the most wondrous things, the gleaming blades so sharp and deadly? Are you admiring my fabulous markings? I'm of a distinguished species, you see, though I'm not seen another like me for the longest time. You don't seem to bear the markings of rank, though you bear no markings of a lower form. What are you? Do tell me. Are you a higher being or just another lowly grub? Claritha, we are indeed playing Hollow Knight. But also, chat, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours now, and if you are enjoying the show, please, please, please do consider dropping some donos and subs, because I need them to not die, and if you don't, you're homophobic, because it's Pride Month. Let's go. Are you enjoying your time in our glade? I'd offer advice. Though to have made it here, you're probably, obviously, quite adept at navigating our world and its perils. You're very impressive for such a small thing. I'm something of a warrior myself, though even I'd hesitate to raise my nail against you. Do not fear my rotting form. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Though my body sheds and changes, my core remains the same. Oh, all of life's problems can be solved with crushing force. Such a simple mantra, and one I've always lived by. If you aren't so scrawny, I suggest you follow my example. Remember, Tiny Bug, crush your fears, crush your problems, crush your foes. Huh. Don't judge me by my appearance. Though my stature is small, I bear a dark soul and a tendency to go to berserk in battle. Huh. You wouldn't have the guts to face me anyway. Hark, fellow adventurer! Are you heading out into the world? I'd join you, but it's been so long I'd fear I'd lose my head. I'm envious of you, facing this world without fear. I could stand to learn from your approach. Watch out! I have an acidic touch, and I wouldn't want you to get burned. It's a protection system of my kind, though something of a nuisance when it comes to meeting others, I suppose. Huh. I'll see you soon, she said. That was so long ago. I wonder where she went. Go bother someone else. You're not the one I'm waiting for. Ah, a wanderer. I've been many places and done many great things, but I suspect you will outdo me by far. I've long ceased traveling the caverns of Hollow Nest, and I suspect they're now far more dangerous than in my journeys. Though with your capable air, I'm sure you'll do fine. Good luck. It's a vast world out there. I came from far away to reach this place. Though my shell may seem foreign, I am a bug the same as you. You too are a warrior. I see your nail, but your shell seems underdeveloped. In your current state, to travel a land as dangerous as this seems unwise. Huzzah! Time to explore. All through this room. Through this room. All through this room. Oh, wait, I wonder... Oh no! Fuck! Okay. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I didn't know that that could actually hurt. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Oh no. Oh no, I just wanted to read their minds! I didn't know that it would kill them! God damn it. Does that mean he's gonna be hostile every time I go in there? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, cool. Do I get anything if I kill all of the backers in this game? He'll stop attacking you? That's what you get? Oh. That's not really a worthwhile reward, is it? Okay, let's try this again.
About. And so that's the way I look at it. That's the way I feel about it. And I think that as conservatives, we've been saying for 50 years, Roe is wrong, the state should decide. Well, we won.
No.
Why can't anybody in the conservative movement, or not everybody in the conservative movement, declare victory? Our argument won out ultimately. The states are going to decide. And so now there's other people who want to impose their will from the federal government. I think that unless you can get 60 United States senators and a majority of the House of Representatives and a president of the United States to agree on it, which I think is unlikely, we should allow the states to make their decisions, let them decide what to do. And if it is such a fundamental issue to anybody, the great thing about America is we have the right to pick up and move if we want. And we have the right to go fight the fight here or someplace else. And that's the way I...
He literally started out his speech by condemning that very type of ideology.
I look at it, it's the way I've always
just
believed
move
it.
ideology.
And I think a pro-choice person could feel exactly the same way. That's the beauty of, I think, of this argument, and it's the genius of our Constitution. We can build consensus in each state, state by state, around what the right thing to do is for the people in that state, and I think that's what we should be encouraging people to do, rather than just flipping it around, and then it will just go back and forth like this, depending on whether conservatives or liberals are in charge of the federal government. I think the Supreme Court's trying to stop that and put it back with the states. So that's the way I would deal with it. Sure. Yes, sir, on the aisle there. He's going to come with a microphone for you.
Thank you, Governor. Welcome back to St. Anselm. I'm an alum. My name's Steve Monier. I'm glad you mentioned the Ukraine, Governor. I'd like to talk a little bit about foreign policy, Putin, China. It's not an emerging threat. It is a threat.
Yes.
So can you speak to our foreign policy
Sure.
issues a bit?
Look, I think there have been grave foreign policy mistakes that have been made by the last 5 presidents that we're now living with, that all built on each other. George W. Bush made the fundamental mistake of Iraq. Now, we can all talk about why he did it. He got bad intelligence, maybe a flawed decision-making process, but whatever it was.
Yeah,
Iraq was a flawed decision.
Yeah, it was a big
And I think the
whoopsie-daisy.
president himself would even admit that today, given what he now knows, that there were no weapons of mass destruction, et cetera, which was the basis to go into the war. And what it did was steal some credibility from us around the world, because we said that this was there. Colin Powell went in front of the UN and said it was there, and we turned out to be wrong. So first problem on American foreign policy is we must be honest and we must be credible, because the Chinese are not and the Russians are not. And what's always distinguished us in foreign policy around the world is we've told people the truth, and we build friendships based upon that truth, that we believe in freedom and democracy, and we'll support those who do the same. And we will, when we make a promise to a friend, we'll keep that promise. That's how we get to the next mistake, which was, in my view, Barack Obama allowing the continued encroachment on Ukrainian territory by the Russians and doing nothing but sending them blankets and, human rights aid, no weapons to defend themselves. Well, the Russians took that as a signal. We're not going to stand up for them. Sometimes spending some money on the front end saves you a lot of money on the back end. And I think if President Obama had sent the kind of defensive weaponry that we should have, in my opinion, to the Ukrainians to send a signal to the Russians, don't do this, because these people are willing to fight for their country, and we're giving them the arms to be able to effectively fight for their country, we will not be in the situation I don't believe that we're in today. You go forward to President Trump, and President Trump bartered Ukrainian aid to get dirt on Joe Biden. I don't know beyond reprehensible what you would really call that, but here are a freedom-loving people who just want the weapons that they were at that time promised by President Trump. And now this sends another signal to Putin. Well, if he's willing to barter for that, I can make a trade with him on something that'll help me get to Ukraine. And Trump's coddling of Putin, the way he idolizes Putin,
those who turn
and
against
talks
the king
about him
are
as a great
doomed.
leader.
As
This
soon
guy
as they
is a
raise their
KGB
weapon.
communist thug.
Do not call me a traitor.
That's what he is.
Simply call me.
And he steals from his people. He's one of the richest men in the world.
I know you will not flee.
How'd that come about? By
Wherever
being
you
president
go,
of Russia.
I will be watching.
Well, I mean, I know they pay okay, but not that good. And that leads to the next problem, which is Joe Biden comes in, who appears weak, and said, right in the beginning of his presidency, well, a small incursion probably wouldn't be a problem. Well, here's the problem, everybody. Everybody's definition of small is different. Vladimir Putin's definition of small was, I'll take it all. And I won't go to Poland, if you're lucky. And now Biden has tried to come back by supplying them with the type of arms they need. And I will give him credit for having united
Thank you,
most of Europe to
Kyrie.
be able to supply weapons as well. And he's given the Ukrainians a fighting chance.
You've returned.
But
Let me
make
have a
no
look at that
mistake,
dream now.
this is
500
the
essence.
beginning
What a master
of
in the
a
making.
hot
Well
proxy
done,
war
well done.
between the United
With a
States
small
and China.
reward for you. Plucked
China
from one
is
of my
supporting
most
Russia.
precious memories.
China
This
is
charm
buying
will
Russian
bring you
oil
and the dream nail closer
to
together
be able to
still.
support their war effort and
Secrets of
prop
this
up their
kingdom won't be able
economy.
to hide from you any
China
longer.
went to Russia
Take it.
and
In
said
return, once
there
you've
is
collected
no limit
700
to the
essence,
friendship
more
between
gifts
China
to
and
await
Russia.
you.
And I've heard one of the candidates say, well, this is just a territorial dispute. Let me tell you what a territorial dispute is, everybody. You know, like when you get your property surveyed, and the surveyor comes back and says, bad news, your neighbor's fence is 4 inches on your property. That's a territorial dispute. When you roll tanks and artillery into a free country to by force murder them and take their land, that ain't a territorial dispute. That's war. That is an act of dictatorial aggression. And if we don't stand up, why will China not go to Taiwan? And if you say, okay, why do I really give a damn about Taiwan? Put aside.
Well, because we have a defensive alliance with Taiwan. We didn't and don't have a defensive alliance with Ukraine. Like, there's a very clear difference there.
Humanity, freedom, liberty. If
Yeah,
you don't
Chris
care about any of that
Christie
stuff, put that
is,
aside.
running
Let's
for
be
president
practical.
again.
The majority of semiconductors in the world are made in Taiwan. Who do you want controlling that? The Chinese? That worked out really well during COVID, didn't it? When the Chinese were controlling the majority of, personal protective gear, and we had to be on a knee begging the Chinese to give us things to protect ourselves during COVID. It is naive to say this is anything but a proxy war. And guess what? The Ukrainians aren't asking us to come over and fight the war for them. They're just saying, give us the ability to fight it. We want to fight for our own country. And I heard Vivek on TV the other day, on Sunday, Ramaswamy, say, this isn't in America's national interest. Why would we care about Ukraine? Why does it matter? He, Donald Trump,
Yo, the
Ron
serfs.
DeSantis, all saying the same things. They are.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for the raid, Lance. Hope you had a great stream. And folks, we are currently playing through Hollow Knight and commentating over the Chris Christie town hall where he announced that he was running for president about a week ago. I had totally overlooked it, and I figure, you know what? We should give him a shot. And frankly, mostly it's just been dunking on Chris Christie, which I personally have a lot of fun with. Skipping Pixie, hello. Manwich Cannon, hello. Stephs. How we doing, Raiders? Hello, Mindcraft. Hello, Tech Tink. Hello, Carlos Wild Ride. Welcome, folks. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I am a trans socialist. I am a transgender woman. I am a socialist, a political commentator. I talk about the need for democracy in the workplace and what's going on with politics. What's shaking? What's crack-a-lacking, you know? I think 90% of everyone looked over Chris Christie's announcement. Right? I mean, he's got no shot. And he's not going to get a cabinet position with Donald Trump. So it's really, I'm going to guess he's like he has like a book deal coming up. He wants to like get extra press for it. That's my honest to God assessment so far. Hey, Stephs. Hey, Cube Companion. How we all doing? Same. Yeah. Happy Pride. True. Also, chat, hit the like button over on Twitch, and if you want to be in the on-screen chat, come on over to riverboat.gg. Also, we are sponsored today by Babbel. If you've been looking to learn a new language, you can get up to 60% off monthly or yearly subscriptions by using the code in chat. Babbel. Oh, that didn't work. There you go. There's a sign up through that. Unfortunately, only available to U.S. people. But hey, good deal. Opportunity to learn a cool language. Go for it. I'm following you. Gotta go. Peace. See ya, Cube Companion. Thanks all for being here. I really appreciate it. And yes, here's a link to get to the website if you feel so inclined. There we go. I'm here to offer competition on behalf of Duolingo. Look. Some people out there are talking about how superior Duolingo's services are. That's incorrect, okay? That bastard owl couldn't talk his way out of a paper bag. Let alone in English, let alone in any other language. Okay, Babbel. That's the one you want. Doesn't have a mascot. Only languages. Not trying to bamboozle you with their cartoon owl. That bird freaks me out? Yeah. The plus side of Babbel is it doesn't have a creepy owl. That's one of its many amazing benefits.
Are the modern day Neville Chamberlains.
Also, I've never played Hollow Knight, so
why
no
should we worry about
spoiler
Hitler? He'll stop at some point. And if you don't think Putin is as bad as Hitler, you're wrong. Because Putin kills his own people in his own country based on their religious views, based on their political views, based on anything that disagrees with him. We may not call it a Holocaust, but it's gone on in Russia for a very long time. And so what are we going to stand up for and believe in? The second part of it on
I
a
don't
foreign
know
policy
that
basis
they have
is this.
elimination camps for Jewish
America's
people in
greatness,
Russia.
in part, comes from our friendships.
Like, I'm not pro-Russia, guys, but I think it's still reasonable to say I don't think there's evidence that Russia is doing a Holocaust. Yeah, I get what he's going for, but like this is there are other ways to phrase Putin bad than Putin is doing a Holocaust. I don't know. Seems like maybe you should have a lot of evidence for him, you know, doing a Holocaust instead of just saying he is. I don't know. Seems like a big deal to claim. Didn't America fire tear gas at BLM protesters? Yeah.
We have more friends around the world than any country has now.
Is that opinion because they're giving you money? I don't get paid unless you guys sign up for Babbel, okay? If you guys don't sign up for Babbel, I do not get paid. So I thus far I have not been paid by Babbel.com.
Or has ever had. And the bases of those friendships are, we say, we're going to help you when you're in a jam. We want you to trade with us. We want you to work with us on your form of government, on the way you act with other governments around the world. And we've never had to bribe outright anybody to be our friend. The Chinese,
what are you talking about?
Have to bribe anybody to be their friends. The Russians have to bribe anybody because when you look at their
America's
government,
literally built on economic
I'll take the money,
like,
but not the government.
intimidation and bribery.
Thank you.
What do you mean?
I don't want Xi Jinping telling me what to do. Well, if that's the case,
Jesus,
we are giving it away. Now, I love the phrase America first. Is there anybody in this room who is against America first? Anybody? Neither am I. I'm not like, no, I'm for Luxembourg. I'd like Luxembourg to be first, Belgium second, we'd be a comfortable bronze medal. Let's be third. It's a ridiculous statement. The question is, not if you want America to be first or not, it's how. How do we become first? And you have people in my party, our party, who are saying, fill the moat, pull up the drawbridge, And let's not worry about the rest of the world, everybody. We got plenty of problems here, and we got to fix these problems that we've got here, and we can't afford to engage with the world. Well, guess what? When we stop engaging with the world, we're no longer going to be the biggest economy in the world. We're not.
Yeah, no shit, because it's a
trade with
global
China.
economy.
And then China's going to put the screws to us and say, hey, you want to continue to trade with us to another country? You can't trade with America anymore. Or you have to give all the best technology to us, not to the Americans.
What are you talking about?
Foreign policy is complicated.
Then why are you making it seem so stupid?
But in another sense, it's very simple. The more friends you have in a finite world, the better off you're going to be. And sometimes that friendship costs. It costs having to provide arms. It costs having to provide economic aid. It costs having to provide comfort to people who are in trouble. But America became the greatest country in the world, the greatest power in the world, because we were willing to engage. And we understood that the sacrifices we made in the process of that would end up with us, as I said in the beginning, being bigger, not smaller, being greater, not lesser. And so, if you want to know what my foreign policy look like, I'm not looking to send troops all over the world to fight.
Oh, hey, we found a new guy. Ah, what a calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. This serenity is a bore. So peaceful. So dull.
It would be a last resort for me. But I want to engage with every country who's willing to engage with us. I want to sit with every leader of goodwill, and I'll even sit with the ones of bad will. The conversation will just be a little different. And we need to be doing that. And the idea that we can allow this country to fill the moat and pull up the drawbridge, America first. We're all for America first. Let's stop it. This is, again, it's a TV show. America first. Who's for it? Yeah, great, good. But have these policies led to us being first? I don't think so. You think we're better now around the world than we were 8 years ago? I don't. And so that's the way I would engage. And yes, Ukraine and supporting the Ukrainian people, are they perfect? As I said in the beginning, none of us are. Are they making every decision like we want to make it? Do they run their government exactly the way we want? No. But same way American elections are choices, so are these. Do we want them or the Russians? I'll take the Ukrainians. I'll take the Ukrainians. And I think it's not that these choices are without cost, but to me, avoiding those choices have a much, much greater cost, both in the near term and in the long term. That's the way I deal with it. He's going to come get your microphone so everybody else can hear you.
Hello, I'm Tom Palkin II. I'm originally from Dallas, Texas, but I'm also a geopolitical consultant in Asia. So I have yet another foreign policy question as well. Some of my concerns, and I do like your idea of America as a big country, but I have to deal with a lot of, let's just say, complex diplomatic issues. And what I often hear from, say, other countries, their criticisms of America is that they see themselves as this big power and that all others should listen to what the U.S. does. And so my concern is, by you emphasizing this campaign of bigness, how are we going to address the issues between other countries, including rival countries? And are you going to be, oh, we're big, you're small? Or let's say, for example, when you're talking to China, I know a lot of us here are very critical of China, but in one sense, we still have to find ways to work together with China. Sure. And I just would like to know your opinion on U.S.-China relations in this regards.
Sure. You put a lot in there, so let me try to unpack it. First off, I am insulted by the idea that you think I would like anything over big. Right? So we're not going to do that. But I will tell you this. You can become bigger and not be dictatorial. The greatness of America was after World War II, after we had given and given and given more than any country had ever given without asking for anything in return.
Wow.
And what happened as a result? we engender trust and friendship all around the world that then inure to our benefit. It's kind of like, you know, when I say some of this stuff is, as you said, there's some very complex negotiations that have to go on, but some of it is simple too. Like, I'm sure that all of us who had great mothers in this room, our mothers taught us, like, be good to others, be kind to others, and it will ultimately come back to benefit you. I couldn't exactly explain how. It wasn't a direct financial transaction, but the goodness and the kindness that you give, I really believe comes back to you multifold. Secondly, look, I don't think we should be dictating to other countries around the world. We should be trying to provide an example.
The little runny guy.
That they want to emulate. Not dictating to them what their government should be. When we try to dictate what government should be, usually that ends up in a disaster for us. But when we provide a shining example, and people look at this country and go, wow, I'd like to be like that. I'd like to have those things, those freedoms, those economic benefits, those educational benefits. People want to emulate you then. So I think part of it is just the art of persuasion rather than being a dictator. On U.S.-China relations, look, we've tried it a bunch of different ways with China, right? And starting back with Nixon and him opening the door to China. And it was a brilliant strategic move to divide China and Russia. And it's taken us 50 years now to screw that up. And we put China and Russia back together, right? So 50 years later, Nixon's looking down going, all right, I wasn't perfect, but I got that right. And we've messed it up. I'm not saying that we should isolate China. It's impossible. They're the second largest economy in the world. They have billions of people. Like, it's not like we're going to go, okay, it's not there, it's not there, it's not there. It's there. But we have given into their demands of saying, we're a developing country, we need more advantages. Guess what? The development is over. You're now nearly our equal, if not our equal, in many ways. So you know what? Now we compete with each other on an equal basis. No more advantages that we've given to China over time. Go ahead. Yeah.
Wait, we gave them advantages in exchange for cheap labor. It's not like we weren't getting anything out of those arrangements. God, the idea that America is like this benevolent force that absolutely has no
but hold on a second.
Actual functional interest is ridiculous.
Exactly where I was going. Okay? China allow Facebook in China? No, they don't. They allow Twitter in China? Do they allow TikTok and our version of it in China? They do not allow our technology in, but they insist that their technology be accepted by us.
They absolutely do.
And
fucking
so
Tesla
my point
operates in China.
I'm willing
what are you
to have
talking
a fair
about?
relationship with China. But it's got to be a fair relationship. And if they want to start doing that stuff of blocking stuff, stealing our technology, which they do on a regular basis,
we offered them the technology in exchange for their cheap labor.
And anybody else who tries to enforce things, well, then you do have to go then and block some things that they want because they're not following the rules that they said they were going to follow. When we allowed them to join the World Trade Organization, they agreed to a whole bunch of fair trading rules, most of which they don't follow. So after a while, you have to let them know, in my opinion, enough's enough, okay? Doesn't mean enough's enough, therefore we're putting the wall up and we're not going to talk to you anymore. That would be destructive to both of us, both economically and militarily. But they've had a good run, and to some extent at our expense. Some we've benefited from, some we've had to pay for. We're in a new era now. And when they go around and start playing the games that they're playing in foreign policy, building artificial islands in the South China Sea and claiming jurisdiction over them, messing around with our ships in both private sector ships and trading lanes and military ships like they did just last week, when they come to Brazil and stand next to the new president of Brazil and encourage him to denounce the United States in our hemisphere, okay, that's fine. You can play that game. But remember that we will play it back. We will play it back. And so, you know, My concern
We
about
do.
this
We do
is that
already.
we have allowed, and in some extent, in the beginning of the relationship for good reasons, to allow them to develop, we've allowed them to have advantages. It needs to stop, in my opinion, now. And we
This
need
is-
to make this a level
This might
playing
be the
field.
dumbest.
And then respect for
like,
our intellectual
economic and
property and
political
respect
analysis
for
I've
theirs.
listened to in a long time.
Respect for our manufacturing and respect for theirs. Respect for their ability to trade and respect for ours. And we don't have that now. And that's my concern about it, because in the end, you're much less likely to go to war with someone who respects you. And we need to rebuild that respect with China in both directions, and then we'll be much less likely to go to war, in my view, if we do that. Yes, sir, right in the front.
My name is Earl Rinker, former politician in New Hampshire. There's going to be somewhere between a half a dozen and a dozen Republican candidates for president. 7 years ago, Donald Trump only needed 30% of the vote or whatever it was in order to walk away with enough primaries to be our candidate. What's going to change this year?
Well, first off, there's going to be 9, it looks like now, with Governor Sununu's announcement that he's not going to run. And really, there's 7 right now, including me. And I think we got Mike Pence tomorrow, makes 8. And it looks like Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota, is getting in. Look at that guy, just shrugged his shoulders. I had somebody say to me recently, Doug Burgum's running for president, the governor of North Dakota. They don't know Doug Burgum in South Dakota. But everybody's got a right to run, and Doug's a nice guy, so he'll show up here soon. But let's start off with the fact that that's half of the number of candidates who were on the ballot in New Hampshire 7 years ago. So we've made some progress on the thing you're concerned about. Secondly, you don't know if all of us are going to still be here come February when you vote. You know, remember, Scott Walker was the front runner, and he left in September, right? So, you know, things change in this business, and you all have a way of making your voices heard even before you vote. So that's another part of it. But the last part of it is, I think we always make a mistake politically when we run the next election through the prism of the last one. Remember in 2015, at this point in the race, Donald Trump was at 4%. So when he mocks everybody who's in single digits, like, I love it. I'm like, yeah, like you, 7 years ago. I was ahead of him when he came into the race 7 years ago. I certainly never expected him to pass me, believe me. But this is not a static situation. 7 years ago, there was very little any of us could say about Donald Trump. He didn't have a record in public office.
Yeah, none of us could have said anything about Trump,
Like, you would think the Trump organization was like, that he was like running Microsoft. He was running a family business that had about 70, 80 employees, real employees, in the headquarters. Now, it was thousands if you count every greenskeeper and waitress and bartender, but he wasn't really managing those folks
Chris,
from day to day.
just stop. It's embarrassing.
He had made a lot of money in his life, inherited a lot, turned that inheritance into something bigger. Congratulations. That's really good. It's what everybody in America would like to do. But there wasn't a record
This
for
guy's
us to talk
starting to
about.
piss you off? Just
There is now.
starting? Just beginning?
If we're willing to talk about it. Now, before tonight, I haven't heard one candidate for the Republican nomination talk frankly about his record. Not one. They wouldn't mention his name. Like I said before, it's Voldemort time, everybody. They won't mention his name. I watched, and this shows you what a sad, sad life I really have. I watched large portions of the Joni Ernst roast and ride in Iowa. A sad, sad existence. But I watched parts of it, and I watched a little bit of every candidate. Not one of them mentioned his name. They would say cute little things like, we need new generational leadership.
That's true. Yeah.
I get it.
Other Republican
Trump's old,
candidates
you're
are
younger.
afraid to
Oh,
talk
I
about
should vote for you. Or, we need a leader who looks forward, not backwards. Oh, I get it. You're talking about the way he still thinks the 2020 election was stolen, and you won't say it wasn't stolen, but you won't say it will, so you're going to keep us all guessing but you're better than him. I mean, look, the reason this is going to be different this time, sir, is because at least one of us is going to call him on the fact that 8 years ago he stood on the stage in New Hampshire and said he was going to balance the budget in 4 years. And he left with the biggest deficit of any president in American history. He said he was going to eliminate the national debt in 8 years. He added $3 trillion to the national debt in 4 years. It's at least 3. He said,
hello, Snuggle Kitten,
8 years ago, that he was going to repeal and replace Obamacare.
To be fair, all
He neither
Republicans
repealed
were saying that.
nor replaced, even though he had a Republican Congress. You all remember John McCain coming in and going, vote no. That is a failure of presidential leadership. And why do you think John McCain voted no? Now look, John McCain is gone and we can't ask him anymore. And it very well be that John McCain, I found to be a pretty principled guy, really didn't believe in the bill. But I'll tell you something else that I know about John McCain. John McCain had a long memory. John McCain listened to Donald Trump beat him senseless day after day after day after day, starting with the beginning of his campaign when he said he wasn't a war hero because he got captured. Now, I would just suggest something on a human relations basis. If you're looking for somebody's vote who was kept in the Hanoi Hilton for years as a prisoner of war and beaten and abused and didn't leave because he said, I will not leave unless my men leave with me, if you want his vote, how about trying not to say he's not a hero? How about we start at that minimum amount of public discourse? And now I heard him say, if we made him president again, he would settle the Ukraine war in 24 hours. Did you hear that one? That's a beauty. That's really in a career of complete falsehoods. That makes the top 5. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's say Donald Trump could settle it in 24 hours. Let me tell you how he would. He'd give Ukraine to Russia. And he said it. He said it on television. He said it at CNN, and he said, look, Russia's going to wind up with Ukraine anyway, so what's the difference? That's how he'd settle it in 24 hours. He'd call Zelensky and say, hey, guess what? Time to raise the Russian flag up on the pole. We're out of here. So I'm going to talk about those things and a lot more because I don't want to do it all tonight because, I want you to come to the next one. But that didn't happen last time.
He's just like a new
He was
season
given
of
a
Game
free
of
pass.
Thrones.
Did he ever do this with you? Did Donald Trump come to New Hampshire 7 years ago and stand in the middle of the room and take any question from anybody without knowing who you were or what your question was going to be? Oh, no. He went over to the hockey arena and stood in front of a large crowd and gave his normal speech, waited for all of you to cheer and chant his name, and then he left. Got on his airplane and went home to sleep in his apartment in New York. I'm at the Hilton Garden Inn tonight, in case you're wondering. The bar's open until 11. So, guess what? I'm calling him out. It's time for him to stand in the center of this room and answer questions. It's time for him not to look at somebody and when he doesn't like their question, just call them a mean person. Right? Guess what? You want to be president of the United States? Stand in the center of the room in front of the people that you ask to govern and take their questions. And if he's unwilling to do that, send him back to Mar-a-Lago. Plays golf every day anyway. Let him go back to playing golf. And by the way, that's one other promise. I'm glad I brought that up. Remember, I stood on the stage in 2016. He said, with all the problems America has, how can Barack Obama play 120 days of golf? How can he do it? I won't play one day of golf. I'll be so busy solving your problems that I won't play one day of golf. 265 days of golf in 4 years. Now look, I don't golf. So I can guarantee you I won't be golfing. But that's not the point. The point is, it was all a lie. He plays golf all the time. He owns golf courses. So when he told you he wouldn't play one day at golf, here's the worst part. He never meant it. He never meant it.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
Now,
All right.
seriously, if character is destiny, how do we reward that anymore? It's one thing to make a mistake. It's one thing to make a bad judgment. But when his whole life is about golf, when most of his profits are in owning golf courses, and then he comes in front of you and says, I won't play a day of golf as president, I don't care whether he plays 500 days of golf. In fact, having him out of the Oval Office might have actually been better than having him in it. But don't lie to me. Don't treat me like a fool and tell me you'll never play when you know you have every intention of doing it. And by the way, making the Secret Service stay at your hotel and pay your hotel rates on the taxpayer's dime, too.
Don't lie to me about
Because
golf.
let me tell you something, everybody. The grift from this family is breathtaking. It's breathtaking. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner walk out of the White House and months later get $2 billion from the Saudis. $2 billion from the Saudis. You think it's because he's some kind of investing genius? Or do you think it's because he was sitting next to the President of the United States for 4 years doing favors for the Saudis? That's your money. That's your money he stole and gave it to his family. You know what that makes us? A banana republic. That's what it makes us. So, he may get 30% again. I'm not sure. Maybe he'll get more. Maybe he'll get less. But let me tell you what he'll know in 2024 that he had no idea of in 2016. He's in for a fight to get it.
Wow, that was actually not a shitty answer to that question.
So we went from Hollow Soul, Trump, to Hollow
We can't
Skull,
ignore the people in front of the
to
flag.
Hill as Knight.
For questions.
Perfect. Bawahahaha. 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 BWA.
Paladin Lost, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg. Seriously, people like you are what keep me alive. Thank you for helping to pay my grocery bills. I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you. And yes, bwahahaha, 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 BWA indeed.
Thank you, Governor Christie. My name is James Toyne. I'm 30 years old. I've had 55 surgeries. And I'm an advocate for those with feeding tubes and other health issues. One of the things I've noticed is, like, for example, I just got new prescription for my stomach. My mom and dad are on the same meds as well. For them, it's $10. For me, it's $480. We have the same insurance. What would you do to ensure that
Oh, man.
the pharmaceutical industry would make it fair for those who are on the same meds but not have to pay 4 different prices?
Man, this makes me sad. Like, dude, you've been suckered into thinking that Chris Christie's gonna do shit for you. Republicans aren't gonna make Medicare for all. They're not gonna, like, reduce your healthcare bills. How have you been suckered into believing that, you know? Like, God. Yeah, Chris Christie's about to lie to this person, and it makes me furious.
We have to find a balance in this country between two things. Between you having to pay $480 when your parents are paying 10, and us not inventing any new medicines. See, I think everybody goes to the extremes on these issues, right?
What?
There's some people who don't want any controls on the pharmaceutical industry, don't want any requirements on them, and all the rest, and just let them do whatever they're going to do. And there are some people who want to control prices and control what goes to the pharmaceutical industry in terms of profits.
Yeah.
When COVID happened, the American people got the treatments first and the vaccines first because we lived here. Because we have a pharmaceutical industry in this country and that we support in this country that is changing the face of medical treatment here and throughout the world, but we get it first. And we get it first because places like Pfizer invested billions of dollars of their own money, not government money. They didn't take any government money. Billions of dollars of their own money.
What do you mean they didn't take government money? What do you mean they didn't take government money? They absolutely take government money. The government funds their research, dipshit. The government provides the infrastructure for all of the scientists that they need to hire. Like, what do you mean? They benefit hugely from the investment the American people put into this system. And they are recording record profits at the expense of the most desperate people in the United States. And Chris Christie is defending that system. Absolute monster shit.
On a technology that they didn't even exactly know how they were going to use it.
They've
And then when
had
COVID came, the
mRNA technology
they
for
were using
50
turned
years.
out to be able to help significantly in getting rid
Jesus Christ.
of the pandemic we had in this country. So I'm very concerned about us going to a system like Canada or Great Britain where we control prices, fix prices,
Yeah, I
and
bet
we
you're really
fix
concerned
profits.
about the profits
Because then
of
there's
the
no
healthcare
reason to
industry.
take risk. Our system is built on the idea that if you take risk, you may lose.
Or, you know, we could use public funds to invest in those same systems. And by using public funds, cut out the profit motive for research and development and also distribution of drugs. You know, we could just cut out the massive amount, extortionate amount of profit in the industry and just operate at cost, because public investment doesn't have to make a profit. It just has to serve the public good. Fuck.
But if you win, you'll win big. And we should continue to have that incentive, I think, built in. However, let me tell you what drives me crazy, and it's just one example of the waste. Let me assure the major pharmaceuticals in this country, there is not a man in this country who is 55 or older who doesn't know that you can take a pill for a certain problem. Okay? Like if you watch football, baseball, hockey, basketball, anywhere, we get it. Stop with all these commercials. Like, these commercials drive me crazy. Like, ask.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll just ask the for-profit industry not to run ads anymore. Why would they do that? Why would they stop running ads for their most profitable products of all time? Why would they do that, Chris? How does that save people money? It has no bearing on the actual cost of the drug, Chris.
Ask your doctor for this treatment for cancer. How about this? I'd like my doctor to decide what I should take if I have cancer, if I have high blood pressure, if I have diabetes, if I have other medical issues. And these commercials and the waste of money on these commercials undercuts their argument. I don't think we need to be advertising drugs.
It's not a waste of money, Chris, because they sell more of those drugs. It makes them more of a profit, Chris. What do you... fuck. Okay. I'm gonna black out with rage.
And everybody seemed to get the medicine they needed because the pharmaceutical companies went to the doctors, explained to the doctors what their medicines did, and then the doctors decided for you or me whether that would help my particular medical problem or yours. I really think if we stopped allowing advertising by the pharmaceutical companies for prescription...
Chris, they also just privately advertise to the doctors. Because their priority is profit, not medicine.
Prescription drugs. They want to advertise for over-the-counter drugs that everybody can buy and that are relatively inexpensive. I got no problem with that. They want to continue to advertise for Tylenol or Advil or any of the other over-the-counter stuff that we buy, allergy medicine, all the right. Great. But prescriptions, like, let's say you like a particular drug that you see on TV. Hey, I'd like to try that. That seems pretty good. You can't go to the store and buy it. You got to go to your doctor to convince your doctor to write a prescription for you for it. I think this is an incredible waste, and I think there are other places where they waste as well. And I think that's where we have to get at. And by telling them, you got to make a choice. You want to keep advertising, but then we're going to restrict your profits. I think if they're given that choice, I think we'll see a lot less commercials, if any. And that's what annoys the American people. It's not just when you go to the counter and you have to pay that price, but it's when you go home and you see the company that charged you $480 for that bottle of medicine now turning around and spending tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on advertising every year. And the other thing to remember, too, is this. It's not just the pharmaceutical companies. There is a real evil agent in all this. And those are the pharmacy benefit managers. Now, some people know who these people are and some people don't, but they are the middlemen between the pharmaceutical industry and your local pharmacy, whether it's a local family-owned pharmacy or a CVS or a Walgreens or whatever it is. And the pharmaceutical industry gives hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars every year in discounts off of their drugs. Guess who keeps most of the discounts? The pharmacy benefit managers. They keep most of the discounts and pass this much on to you. And they are making a fortune for literally doing nothing. The pharmaceutical companies invent the drugs. The doctors prescribe the drugs.
Public investment.
And these people in the middle are just pushing paper and moving medicine. And they're making billions of dollars. Look at some of those stocks like Cardinal Health and others who make a fortune. We need to have some common sense reform of that. Because for middlemen to be keeping the majority of those discounts that the pharmaceutical companies give to try to decrease the rate that you pay at the counter is just wrong.
We meet a new friendo. Oh, what a surprise. It's not often I receive visitors. It's been so long. Ages even. I just hope my manners haven't left me. You've no doubt sensed my affluence. You're right to guess. I'm renowned amongst the upper class of Hollownest. Well, I was. Once. Until those cretins cast me out. Have you met them, my former fellows? That's them outside. Their bodies shambling around, all mindless and empty. And I'm still alive to witness their pathetic demise. I'm just so happy. Fate can be a wondrous thing. Isn't life just wonderful? Oh? Okay. Alright. Cool, I guess. Also, like, I would be taking Ozempic, except that it's not covered by my insurance, so it costs $1,000, or, sorry, like $1,500 a month? Like an actual prescription for Ozempic costs more than, like, my rent in a given month. It's ridiculous.
It's just wrong. And I don't know who their lobbyists are, but they must be pretty damn good. Because they fly under the radar screen, but they shouldn't. So those are two ideas that I have on the advertising side and pharmacy benefit managers that could bring those prices down while not destroying
yeah, our healthcare system fucking
the ingenuity and the inventiveness of the American
I also got denied for
pharmaceutical
gender
industry,
affirming
which are
surgery
changing lives every day and
earlier
saving
this year.
lives every day. So we got to find that balance. So that's the way I would go about it.
That's fun.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, and thanks for being here. My name is Nancy Ryan, and I live in Lee, New Hampshire. I'm New Hampshire's field coordinator for the National Breast Cancer Coalition. And I really liked what you said about thinking big, because that is exactly what the National Breast Cancer Coalition does. We want to end breast cancer for everyone. I don't know if you know this, but New Hampshire has the second highest incidence rate of breast cancer in the country.
I didn't know that.
So I'm obviously very involved and very concerned about this. What I would like to ask you tonight is to sign the National Breast Cancer Coalition's public policy platform. It's a simple one-page document that asks you, as candidate for President of the United States, to support our work and mission. And that would include 3 major areas: adequate and meaningful funding, federal funding for breast cancer research, access to quality care for all, and ensuring that educated advocates play a role wherever decisions about breast cancer are made in the public policy and research arena. I have copies of the public policy.
I knew you would. Well, first of all, let me say thank you for what you're doing, because this is part of what makes America great, and what I was talking about before, is that people who feel passionate about something, who believe in a cause, have the opportunity to go and fight for that cause, and to have their voices be heard, and to not give up. And we should never take any of those people like you for granted, because that's an incredibly important role in a democracy that's working the way it should. Second, I know you've got it. Give it to me. I'm not going to sign it here, because if I signed it without reading it, it would be like those things we get on the internet, right, where they say, you know, do you agree? And we don't want to read the whole thing, so we go, yeah, okay, I agree. I don't want to treat it that way. So give it to me. I will read it between now and when I come back to New Hampshire the next time. If you give my folks your number, when I come back, I'll tell you I'm coming back, and I'll tell you whether I'm signing it or not.
I have given a packet to Doug Mayer.
Oh, well, geez, I'll never get it. Doug's the most incompetent. Doug's the most incompetent guy on my staff. How the hell did you decide to do that? No, Doug's got it. He's a great guy, so I'll get it from Doug. And then if you go and give Doug your number on the way out.
He's got that too.
Great. Well, then we're set. Good job.
Thank you, Governor, for being here. My name is Valerie. I am 19 and a New Hampshire state representative. And in regards to domestic policy, what is your chief policy aim in the first 100 days?
You're a state representative at 19? God damn.
Well, look, I can tell you a few, because I'm not going to know what I'm going to be confronting in the first 100 days, 18 months from now, right? So something may happen between now and January 20th of 2025 that makes me go, oh, okay, I was going to do this, but now I'm going to do that. I'll give you an example. When I became governor, education reform was my top priority, and I was going to work on it in the first 100 days. And then I got there, and we had an $11 billion deficit on a 29.
Oh yeah, the main thing with are we okay. One of the main things with Ozempic and type 2 diabetes meds is like people are taking them for weight loss reasons, and it's just like, man, I want to take it so that I can improve my kidney function in case I am able to donate a kidney to my mom. And in order to make that happen, like, I want to make sure that everything's working okay with my kidneys. And it's just, man, what is the approval process for gender-affirming surgery? Were you not dysphoric enough? No, my insurance, the surgeon came in and sat down and was like, okay, look, I know that your insurance policy says that it covers, like gender-affirming surgery, like for like face and like body, but they aren't going to cover it. They'll say that they cover it. They aren't actually going to cover it. And that's basically all there was to it, you know. Basically, insurance companies will say that they cover something, but they don't actually do it when the rubber hits the road. That sounds like fraud? Yeah. And they asked you to foot the bill at that point. Yep. Thanks, Kyryu. You can usually file an appeal for denied coverage. Yeah, but my surgeon literally sat down and was like, hey, I have been doing this for like 20 years, I have literally never seen an insurance company cover this. Not one time. He's never heard of an insurance company covering the surgery. So that I was requesting. So it's just like, oh, okay. I'll give that one up, I guess. Anyway, chat, I've now been streaming for 5 hours, and if you are enjoying the stream, please, please, please do drop some subs, drop some donos, because guess what? I need to live. And if I don't get subs or donos, I die. I die as if I'm going through the most horrific withdrawal symptoms you can imagine, okay? Is my mom an ESRD? Not that I know of. But she is at a pretty progressed stage of diabetes. Oh, I want to buy your mat. I couldn't afford it last time. I don't think. Maybe. It's true. Also, chat. Also, just gonna throw this up here. Just gonna throw this up here. There you go.
$9 billion budget. The previous governor had said that it was $500 million.
Diabetes meds should be free. All meds should be free. Agreed, Snuggle Kitten.
A little different. And so all of a sudden, my first 100 days became consumed with dealing with that. But I'll tell you a few things. First, on the domestic side, I would go back to education. The thing that's differentiated the United States, in my view, from any other country in the world has been our commitment to educating people your age to become more educated than I am. That it's not good enough just for you to have the same education I've had, but that you should get better, deeper, wiser, and that your education should be a part of it. And going all the way down to kindergarten and pre-K, we're failing in a lot of parts of this country. Not everywhere. There's some places that are succeeding.
But yes,
many,
chat,
many places we're failing,
if you support me,
and I think we're failing because we have
with
taken
subs,
parents out of the education.
we will watch
process.
more Star Trek.
We've allowed the teachers' unions to be able to dominate the educational process. And it's okay for teachers to have input on what education is going to be. They're teachers. Of course they should. But they shouldn't have the only input. Parents should have input too, and parents should have choice. And so one of the priorities in the first 100 days would be to pass a bill that's already out there on federal tax credits for educational choice, so that every parent, regardless of their economic wherewithal, if they think that there's a school near them that's better than the public school their child's in for their child,
school choice,
but they can't do it because they don't have the money, we should give them a tax credit to be able to afford to do that. You should not be able to be stuck with whatever education you get because you're not well off. Because the dreams that people who are not economically successful at the moment have for their children are no less important and no less grand than the rich. And so that would be one priority. Second priority would be we have got to have a discussion in this country about our entitlement programs. Because in 7 years, Social Security is going to be broke. And if we don't do something about it, if we continue to ignore it, then everyone's going to get a 25% reduction in benefits immediately. That's written into the law.
What are you talking about, Chris?
So I don't want to see any senior in this country who is reliant upon their Social Security.
There's nothing, as far as I know, this is just a lie. There's nothing written into the law about a 25% reduction in benefits. This is just Chris Christie lying. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Get over here, you little bitch. Fuck!
Security for them to live from day to day. Have to figure out how they're going to fill a 25% hole.
No, it is in the law?
Because for most of them, they won't be.
Which law is he talking about? That has a required 25% reduction in benefits. Which law is this? And what is the trigger? Because as far as I know, Republicans have been deliberately trying to trigger that event for a long ass time. So, well, yeah, Social Security if the trust funds are exhausted. Yeah, that's true if the trust funds are exhausted, right? But the trust funds aren't going to be exhausted unless they start cutting Social Security, which is what Republicans want to do.
Be able to. So we need to deal with Social Security in particular and have a bipartisan conversation.
How'd the Trump
about how
coverage
to
go?
fix
It went fine.
Because 7 years is not a long way away. And I don't want to see that happen to America's seniors who have paid into the system and built
It was lackluster.
their economic future
Sorry.
around Social Security being one of those pillars. I hope they have an IRA or a 401k to help, or maybe a private pension for those that still exist in our country. But Social Security is going to be one of those pillars, and we have to deal with it. And I would think that third, we have to be able to encourage job growth in this country because jobs are changing so rapidly, especially post-pandemic. And I think the best way to do that is to lower regulations in this country and let entrepreneurs be able to create jobs, do what they do best. Artificial intelligence and other things that are coming are going to drastically change how we do our jobs every day. And it's going to mean that new jobs are going to have to be created. And you have people who are hysterical over that. And what I'd say to them is, you know, there never used to be an automobile engine either. We used to ride horses. Before that, you know, we didn't have carriages on the horses. Like, one of America's greatnesses is that we continue to evolve and grow and get bigger and better and find out how to use new technology to be able to grow. But we can't do that if our entrepreneurs are spending a third of their time filling out forms for the government, telling them what they can't do. And that's part of the problem I have with some of our candidates in this race. They spend all their time telling you what they're going to stop. If I become president, I'm going to stop this. If I become president, I'm going to stop that. If I become president, I'm going to stop this and this and this and this and this. And I'm going to stop all of it.
For real.
Okay. After you do that, then what are you going to do? You know, leading a government is not just about stopping bad things. It's about starting good ones. And it doesn't mean the government has to start it, but the government should get out of the way from other people starting it. And so I'm weary of candidates who are just negative. And I'm not talking about negative ads. You'll see plenty of them. And that's never going to change. Adams and Jefferson ran negative ads against each other in 1800. So this is not going to change. What I'm talking about is the negativity of the language, the negativity of the values. We're all about what we're against. When is anybody going to say what they're for? I mean, you know, it's fine to be against certain things. I'm against certain things too, but, you know, we have candidates in this race who their entire reason for running is to be against things. You know, I'm against this. I'm going to stop this. This trend's going to die in my state. You know, okay. Congratulations. You're a murderer. Sometimes that needs to happen. But what's next? What's your next plan? How are you going to make this country bigger? That's all about making it smaller, not about making it bigger. So those are three things. And one thing I'm confident of, having watched the presidency now for the last 40 years or so of my adult life, there are at least a dozen things that are going to be on that desk if I get there that I will not have even thought about and you wouldn't have thought about. And that's why it matters who you put there. Because no matter what we say in these meetings, you should hear us and take us seriously about what we're saying, but you also got to assess our character and who we are. Because there are going to be so many things that are going to come up that we could not have anticipated and that I wouldn't have given you an answer for. So you're going to be sitting in your kitchen or your living room or a classroom or a dormitory, and this problem's going to come up and you're going to read about it. And I don't want you, if I'm the president, to say, oh my God, I have no idea what he'll do about that. I want you to be able to sit there and take a deep breath and say, I trust him to handle it. And that's character. That's character. That's what gives you the ability. I've been there. I didn't expect Hurricane Sandy to come. I didn't expect the worst natural disaster in the history of my state to hit us and create $40 billion in loss, 365,000 homes destroyed, 2/3 of the state without electricity for 2 weeks, no operating water treatment or wastewater treatment plants anywhere in the state. That's not in the manual. And I'll tell you when you know your governor or president is when that happens and you go around the table to all your advisors and they tell you everything that's going wrong. And then when they get done, they just all stare at you. There's a few of my former cabinet members sitting over here tonight, and they'll remember that day. They sat around and looked. They told me everything that had happened, and then they just sat there and looked at me. And that was the moment where I said, oh, I'm governor. I got to come up with a solution to this. And they're looking at me going, you asked for it. You're the guy who wanted the big job. It's that moment when what's in here. What's in here that matters. Because there's no manual. There's no guide. It's what were you taught? How were you raised? What are your values? Are you honest? Are you accountable and responsible? Are you willing to admit mistakes? Are you willing to admit when you failed? And then pick yourself up and try to make it better. Because I'm confident that everybody in this room has failed at something in your lives. And if you just laid on the floor and stayed in the fetal position, you wouldn't be here tonight. Everybody in this room has their story about when they were challenged. And that's the least you should be able to expect from somebody who wants to be president of the United States. All right, I think I could take 2 more. And then I'm already at 2 hours, so which is 2 hours more than Donald Trump has done.
You can swim in acid now.
Good evening, Governor. Thank you for being here. My name's Andrew Moore from Tamworth, New Hampshire. Earlier in your speech, you talked about mistakes you made throughout public service and throughout your life.
I got you,
What would
Chatter.
you say, your biggest mistake has been, through your time in public service?
What's
and,
your
what have you
favorite
done
color, Governor?
In order to, avoid those mistakes in the future?
Well, thank goodness that you just restricted that to public service. Because now I don't have to admit another mistake that I made to Mary Pat. That's good. It's a relief. Look, the biggest mistake I made in public life was that I put a few people into a position of authority at the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey.
I don't
who
have
went on
more
a
water.
frolicking
I need to
detour
filter
divert
more. I'm
traffic up the
sorry.
George Washington Bridge. Without telling me, without me knowing anything about it, they used my power and my authority to play a fraternity prank. And it cost me a lot.
You absolutely had
cost me
something to do
credibility.
with that, my guy.
It humiliated me publicly, and I should have never put those people in that position. The biggest mistake I made. And, those people didn't commit a crime, because being stupid in America is still not a crime. But let me tell you, they tried to send them to jail for it, and the Supreme Court overturned it and said it's not a crime. Stupidity is not a crime. But it was a mistake on my part I didn't see who they really were. And I've got to be responsible for that. I could have never guessed. I will tell you, it was the biggest shock of my public life that any of those people would have done what they did. But you're accountable. They acted in my name, and I put them there. And it was the biggest mistake I made. And it cost me credibility with my people. It cost me humiliation with people that I love and care about, who counted on me to be better. And so what I learned from it is, measure twice, cut once on personnel. Personnel is policy. More than anything else, personnel is policy. The people you pick, you must completely trust. It doesn't mean you won't make a mistake, but you probably won't make one as grave as that. And so it was a mistake. And I've said I was sorry for it at the time, but I think now it's 10 years ago, believe it or not. And 10 years later, the perspective I have on it is the same as I had at the time, which is I could have never guessed it, but it was my job to make sure I did. And so, you're going to make those mistakes. I think what it'll help me do if I become president is to not make that same kind of mistake again. And to really not take any position of authority that you give to someone else lightly. Because believe me, I didn't supervise these people every day. They were off in New York City doing their work. I'm down in Trenton. I didn't see them. But you know what? They were acting in my name. So I got to be held accountable for that. And I can guarantee you I was in a significant way. So that's probably the biggest one. All right, last one. Let's go to this guy right here.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank you, Governor. I've been waiting for this one.
All right. End on a hot one. Let's go.
Okay. You brought up the concept of smallness, okay? I believe in a past life you were a federal prosecutor.
I was.
You know what it takes to build a case, to bring an indictment.
Yep.
If Donald Trump is indicted and you become president, will you pardon him?
Well, I have to tell you the truth. I can't completely answer that until I know what he was charged with and convicted of. Okay, so, but I'm not going to dodge the answer, okay? But I will tell you as a prosecutor, if I believe someone has gotten a full and fair trial in front of a jury of their peers, and especially someone in public life who committed those crimes when they held a public trust, I can't imagine pardoning them. Now, well, look, you know what?
On
Right.
the other hand,
I hear what you're saying, and I know what the point is that you're making. But what I would say about what happened with Gerald Ford and Richard Nixon is we lived in a much different time then.
did we though?
Remember, Richard Nixon resigned because he said, we can never let an American president be impeached. And if once I knew I was going to be impeached, I impeached myself because I had to put the country first. Since that time, we've had Bill Clinton impeached, and he let it happen and stayed, and we've had Donald Trump impeached twice. All of those acts were putting the person before the country. Richard Nixon put the country before himself. He committed horrible crimes. But in the end, when the moment came for him to decide whether he was going to put the country through an impeachment proceeding and a trial in the Senate, he said the country's more important. And I believe that that's
good
one of the
old
reasons
Richard
Ford gave him
Nixon.
a pardon, was because he didn't put the country through all that. And I think Ford in part wanted to reward that behavior of putting the country before himself, even though he had failed that test any number of times during his presidency, but he left as a result. I didn't see that conduct in Bill Clinton, and I have not seen that conduct in Donald Trump, to put the country before their own self-interest. And I think that's a key part of deciding whether someone merits a pardon or not. Remember the other thing. By accepting a pardon, the person must acknowledge their guilt. That's why I'm completely in the clear. Completely in the clear. It will never happen. That will be the shortest phone conversation I will ever have as president. I'll think about you, and I'll pick up the phone and say, Donald, I'm willing to give you a pardon, but you have to admit you were guilty. He would say, I will never, ever, ever do that. And I'd say, have a nice day, and hang up. And then I'll be done. So I am, as a practical matter, I am in absolutely no danger, I don't think, of having to make your decision. But I think it's an important question. And it's not an easy one. I'm having some fun with it, but it's not an easy question to answer. And that's why I say to you, I can't give a complete answer to you until I know what was he convicted of, what was his exact conduct, what's his willingness to accept responsibility. All those things are things that as a governor, and I granted a number of pardons as governor, that I had to consider before I would give a pardon. And I'd need to know all that before I made a final decision. But the obligation of the person receiving the pardon,
if you could truly challenge me, I'm hoping this arena
and to ask for
presents the
forgiveness.
sort of brutal challenge.
I understand this as a Catholic. I had a great conversation one time. My wife is really going to cringe that I tell this story. She's already cringing. I was 18 years old, and they had just started in the Catholic Church face-to-face confession. And so I had to go for the first time. Not in the booth, not with the screen, not with any even pretense of anonymity. I'm now sitting across from my parish priest having to confess. So I went through the normal stuff, which you can imagine I would have to confess. Took the Lord's name in vain, you know, spoke disrespectfully to my mother and father, wasn't kind to my brother, who's here tonight also. I confessed all those things. But then I asked the priest, I said, Father Lorenzo, I said, do you have to confess premarital sex? And Father Lorenzo looked at me and he said, only if you're truly sorry for it. And you're going to try as hard as you can to never do it again. So I listened to him, and then I looked across at him, and he said, anything else? And I said, nope. So I understand the concept of confession and taking responsibility. And I don't know that I'd ever be confronted with the problem that you raised for me, because I don't think he ever will. And that tells you something, too. It tells you something. If you've committed a wrong, if you've made a mistake that rises to the level of criminal conduct and has a jury find you, beyond a reasonable doubt, unanimously guilty of a crime, there are mistakes that are made by the jury system all the time, but you'll know in your heart whether you did it or you didn't. And the country has a right to know. And the admission of guilt is not some punishment. If you're a public official, the admission of guilt is to let the public know what was done in their name on their watch. And then and only then, I think, should you consider somebody in public life for a pardon like that. Before I embarrass my wife any further, I should wrap up. But first, I want to thank all of you for coming tonight. This is what our democracy should be about. This is what our democracy should be all about. It should be about people who aspire to leadership coming in front of you and hearing about your concerns and giving their honest answers and letting the chips fall where they may. And so I intend to spend a lot of time up here over the next 8 months. And I intend to let you have multiple cracks at me to see what you can find out and let you discover or rediscover for some of you who I am and what I offer. Here's what I'll promise you. I promise you I will always show up. I will always take your questions. I will always answer them honestly. And I will always listen. We may disagree. In fact, I'm confident we will at times. But you'll never, ever, ever, ever have to wonder whether I hear you. And whether everything I do, I believe, is in my heart and in my mind
He's still
is the best
talking
thing for our
very knifey
country.
duck. It's impressive, really.
You see, I believe if you bestow on someone the greatest civilian honor that you can bestow on any American, that is to make him or her the President of the United States of America, that the least we owe in return is to work as hard as we can every day without regard to ourselves. There'll be plenty of time for us to care about ourselves when we leave. When you leave office, none of you would begrudge any former president to go out there, live their lives, make money, do what they want to do with their lives, play as much golf as they want, do whatever it is they want to do. But while you're serving, in my mind, every analysis of every problem must start with the question, what in my heart and my mind do I believe is in the best interest of the 330 million Americans that I represent? Not just the ones who voted for me, not just the ones who support me in a public opinion poll, not just the ones I've met, but all the ones that I'll never meet and certainly never get to know, but who we share a common bond. Washington said one time, the reason I continue to disagree with people is to remind myself I'm an American. George Washington understood that to disagree, to discuss, to argue with each other was truly, purely American. And for the leaders, the job is to take those disagreements and not stoke them, not pour gasoline on them, but to put your arms around them and try to solve them. Because you're uniquely in a position where you can do that. If you want to know what kind of president I will be, that's the kind of president I'll be. I won't apologize for saying what I say and believing what I believe, but I also will not condemn someone else for having a different opinion. First, I'll just try to convince them they're wrong and try to get them on my side. And if that fails, then it's my job as the executive leader of the government to find a place where we can meet somewhere near the middle.
You came to learn a nail art from the legendary
So that we
nail
can check
master
that box,
Oro.
At least partially
Lord, the
resolve
great
that
nail
issue
sage that I
and move
must
on to the
pass
next
down
one.
my teachings to those who are worthy.
Because if we don't, we're going to
no
stay
law forbids
neutral.
me from exchanging a payment for my time.
And countries who are
You
neutral,
truly wish to train under me.
by
Prove it with
definition, get
Geo.
smaller and less significant, less prosperous, and less free. So I know that with all the cameras, you guys, the reporters, the coverage, and all the rest of it, it can seem like this is a TV show. It's not.
I must say, you are an
It's
excellent
time for us to stop believing
Your skill with the
that
nail,
somebody
and your thirst to
who
become
acts
stronger.
on a TV
Remind me
show
of my brothers.
is qualified.
Taught you all that I can.
to be
Go back
president
into
of
the
the
world,
United States.
traveler, and leave me to my solitude.
These are real problems that real serious people need to solve by putting your interests first, not their own. By taking the mirrors down and opening the windows and looking out and seeing the country that we have, but even more importantly, the country that we want. I have thought in the last few weeks as I was getting ready to make this decision about one moment. I allowed myself to daydream about one moment. And it's the moment when you walk out onto the front of the Capitol and you stand there getting ready to take the oath of office. And Ronald Reagan was the first president to do this, to not put it on the back side of the Capitol, but put it on the front. And when you look out, you see the National Mall, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, and the Jefferson Memorial. I've thought about that moment. And what I've hoped for is that if I ever get the chance to do that, that looking out at the monuments to those great Americans, that if I have any moment of smallness, of pettiness, of self-aggrandizement or self-consumption, that I remind myself of that view. And that Washington and Lincoln and Jefferson,
All
among
these
others,
people are bored as shit.
did not
dude.
put themselves first. They put this country first. And that's why we're sitting here tonight in Manchester, the richest, freest, happiest people the world has ever seen. That will be what I'll try to be for you if you give me the chance, and the way I will live every day of the presidency if you give me the honor and privilege to lead you. So thanks for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
That was terrible, and I hate it.
Governor Chris.
Nope. Nope, you don't get to talk more. No. Holy moly. How long was that? That was over 2 hours. Also, chat. Hey. Are you enjoying stream? Would you like to support Riverboat Jack? And also, perhaps, unlock some fun activities with chat? Well, we have 2 more episodes left of Star Trek, chat. Would you like to watch some Star Trek? If you would, you can dono subs or make some direct donos. And when you do that, I get to live and we all get to watch Star Trek together. We are currently 20 subs away from Star Trek. Ooh.
We speak the path of the Master Herald, he who would signal an age's end. Spawn of self, their minds unite, aside the source of acid blight. A glow in darkness, winding depths, winds all howl above fossil stone steps. Monarch flies in airs set still to root's domain, and snail once shrill. Path of worm at new lands entered, their journey's end, the kingdom ventured.
Cool. Oh no, I need more energy goo. Goo! I need more goo! What is this game? It looks very cute. This is Hollow Knight. It is very cute. And also very depressing and sad. Mostly cute, though. Oh god, okay. Really cool to not continually go down here. Using all of my precious, precious fluids. Oh. pretty neat, I suppose. Didn't really need the geo, but it's all right. Fuck you. Well, I don't like that. Don't like that thing is whispering at me. Well, chat. If you don't want to watch Star Trek, Strange New Worlds. I don't know. I think I'll just minimize this. Sorry, I know I'm out of it today, folks. I'm sorry I'm making dog shit content. A chatter. I got you, baby. Damn it. Yeah, I can read their thoughts now. If I hit them with the thing. Oh, hello. Quick slash. That's upsetting. Yeah, they all used to be people. Okay, let's see here. I also used to be a person, I can relate. Yeah.
Something to listen to while you play.
Oh. Alright, I'll give it a listen.
The care and feeding of humans.
Okay, this is almost 4 hours long. I'm not listening to this while I play. I'm sorry. But thank you for the $5 dono. That gets us one sub closer to Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 1. Boop. He has a nice voice. I'm sure he does. I'll check it out later off stream. Okay. Okay, let's try. Let's go down to the Royal Waterways. Maybe. I feel like maybe there's a few things in there that I could find. Climb up to the top of this and try the Colosseum one more time.
Chocolate correctis.
Ah. That's it. Chat, how we doing? You don't seem particularly, particularly chatty Cathy's today. Still waking up from the Chris Christie TED Talk? Yeah, that was pretty bad. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would actually be that bad, but it kind of robbed me of my will to live, if I'm being honest with you guys. Why is this door not opening? Here's a good one. Urk, what is that? It was soul erasing? I'm sorry. Oh, a video about the politics of Star Wars? I do like politics and Star Wars. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go spend my money, and then I'm gonna go down to the palace. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go down. See what I can find here. These things are horrific. Ah. There we go. I guess. I hear fake chatters. We both went the same place. We're only one sub to Trek? What? Yeah, we're only one sub towards Star Trek. Ugh. God damn it. God damn it. God, these disgusting noises. Jesus. Come on, get up. There we go. Making progress. Excellent. The Fluken Nest. I feel like I haven't had like a major boss battle in a really long time in this game, which is kind of nice. Fluken Nest. God. Well, I dislike that a lot. God damn, I dislike that a lot. Creaks. Terrifying creatures. How about that Silk Song? I'm excited for Silk Song now that I've gotten my teeth in this game. What do we have here? What have we found? What little mystery does abound? The Greeks are terrifying. I've seen 300. The completely true and accurate adventures of the Spartans. Oh, secrets. Double secret. Scary Mother Sun's treasure gathered up. Safe glad little sisters. Mother's glow, surrender. Well, okay. Don't know what that was. Didn't like it. Let's see what they mean when they say this game gets bigger when you go and explore more areas later on. Okay, there we go. Shortcut achieved. 1 second, chat. Gotta make a call. I think. 1 second. Burb. Here. I returned, motherfuckers. How y'all doing? How we doing, kiddos? And cadets? The runes foretold of this day? Did they now? I told them not to. How we doing, folks? We're entering our 6th stream. Vibing in this hoe? Okay. As long as you guys are vibing. Just saw the Avatar movies have been delayed. Not sure how I'll ever recover from this news. I gotta be honest. I keep forgetting the Avatar movies exist. Like I still do. Like I still keep forgetting. Thought I heard that humming motherfucker over here somewhere. Huh. Weird. I don't understand. Is it just that they like are made well? Like they have a lot of money thrown at them and so people go to see the spectacle? Like I don't get it. Down here. Damn it. This is new territory. Okay, but if I drop down here, there's nothing here, really. I don't feel like I found anything particularly valuable here. Huh. Oh, okay. That just took me back here. Okay. Interesting. 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 Okay. How do I make progress here? Okay. So going to Deep Nest would be best done from the ancient basin, I suppose. And we'll want to go to the warrior's grave in the fungal wastes. So I think that's going to be our next stop here. I made fancy mac and cheese for dinner. It's yummy, but a touch salty. That sounds perfect for me. Suggest an acid I can add to cut it down. Ooh, Metal Kitty Mom, do you have any insight? I know you're a trained chef. If Metal Kitty Mom is still here, that is. Because, like, my instinct would be to add lemon, but I feel like lemon would absolutely wreck the flavor. So, lime juice? Lime juice could do it if you're very light, I suppose. My tolerance for lime is very low. My ignorance wants to say pepper. Yeah, something a bit more neutral, like maybe... Oh no. Maybe like an... There's no way that could be good. Like an apple cider vinegar? I don't know. Ooh, tequila! Tequila could do it. I think that's probably the most promising option. Man, I love the fungal wastes. They're so much fun. Paladin, that sounds like perfection. That sounds like a great solution there.
Wait, child, why have you come here? Have you come to tame this savage ruined land? Many have come to purify this place, but all who dwell here are eventually consumed. Yes, even the wild bugs lurking below us. They were once proud, like you, but now they are only monsters. Beware dreams of glory, child. Turn back and do not return.
I dream of glory, old man.
My mind, it clears. Have we been sleeping, child? Ah, I remember. Those proud lords. Were they truly monsters? I remember their eyes now. Bright and clear. Why then did I fear them so? If there was madness in that village, it was I who brought it. They were right to cast me out. When I attacked, they were right to... They were right to kill... To kill... me? The... clap, 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 clap. Find some items from the sky.
I've got enough to share here if you want something more. You're so greedy.
Are you curious? Or wondering how I make my special gifts? Ugh, don't try to steal my secrets. I'll steal them right back. If you're cruel to me, you'll be sorry. Okay. Sorry, sir. We're in the fog canyon, baby. Oh hey, it's this guy. Doesn't this kingdom just abound with surprises? A building atop a nest lake. Despite the sight, I can't help but feel familiarity. Something stirs in my mind, though I can't yet tell what. I thought my lust for discovery led me here, but now there seems to be something else. This building beckons me. I can feel it calling. Dare I head in? Do I hear? I hear a chatter in need.
chatter, and I shall save you. Hiya! Sweet Miss Music, hello! What? Don't you judge me for my personification of chatters being the little grubs you rescue in this game. Don't you judge me. Ow. Oh, the Queen's Station. Oh. Well, that makes sense. Let's see here. We need to save and to fast travel back to the surface. But I... Never mind, those moans sounded suggestive. Okay. Alright, someone has horny brain. Okay. This guy just keeps telling me the same stuff, but he's real cute. I sit. How you doing, Sweet Mitts? Oh? Where'd this guy go? Wanted to buy a little mask shard from him. What the fuck is this, dude?
So, another would join our group. I have a gift for you, warrior. As a shopkeeper, I admit parting with it for free is rather difficult. But as the great nail sage, I must recognize your skill. You have mastered the arts of my remaining pupils. Now tradition decrees you too may hold the symbol. Bama! Wear it proudly, Nail Master. You shall be the last to receive its like. Neat. Bama! Off you go, Nail Master. I have nothing more to give you. Nothing for free, at least. I'll be up briefly and eager to take your geo and trade for my precious wares. Well, I mean... Okay. Gonna be back here? Yeah. I wanna buy it this mask shard, baby. Back again? You know I haven't any stock left yet. You've cleaned me out. Or were you hoping a sneak peek at my mountain of geo? Well, it's mine now, and fairly traded. Okay. Let's see here.
Bapanada.
Bapanada.
Is manama bublis. Is bublis pera pera. Aklama buptis.
Okay.
Teprana. Bapnanad. Octis.
Well.
Pura octis, eh? Topechurona. Omanta dublem. Is manama bublis. Is bublis pera pera. Aklama bup.
I did rescue some grubs. I'll go get my grub rewards. A lot of the Reddit subs have been private, are reopening to hold polls on whether to go dark indefinitely, apparently. I mean, that's interesting. We'll see. We'll see if anything happens, I guess. Hello, lovely chatters. I'm extorting your grandfathers, apparently. Woo! God, they're so cute. Okay. Part of this is a Reddit mod. They're ending API for third-party apps. I thought they were just offering like a sub-agreement for like AI companies that wanted to like scrape data from it all. That was my understanding, but no? Okay. And so, yeah, I can see that. Like, ending API support for third-party apps would effectively kill, like, a lot of the functionality of the website because they just didn't bother investing into those services themselves. Yeah. To swim in acid actually gets me through much of this at all. And I actually don't have a map of the fog wastes. Or the fog canyon yet, so I should probably go and do that. That's ridiculous, Minkuro. I'm sorry that you guys are having to put up with this bullshit. Wait, I hear you, chatter. I got you. Man, I can't believe I missed such an easy one. Aha! Your journal grows fat and full. Only those last few, the rare bugs. Alright. See here. What if... Nah. We'll just... We're gonna continue down to the Fog Canyon. Hey, Archangel, how you doing? Okay, so Reddit bad. That I feel like that's more or less it. Yeah. lurking to cook. You have fun, Erkt. Okay, I already went through here. Exactly, Mint, yeah. Okay. Well, fine. I'll go in here. It'll be okay. It's the teacher's archives, everybody. Look, it has a bench and everything. Surely nothing bad in here can happen. God. You know what? Let's just, hand, Beata. Here, we're gonna get rid of that. And we're gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna get this. That should be good here. Hiya! Oh god. Back in my belly. Here we go. Round 2. Fight. Oh, hey. Dunk nerd. Tank full of charged supplies. of absence there abundance shall, outer or inner place, in absence there void, liquid substance, O weave, absence, inner O shell, outer there matter, peer void, vessel absence, all outer contain. Of course! Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here, LB. For, at least another 40 minutes or so. The train has, I'm afraid, passed for any, Star Trek. We gotta take that off the screen, but I'll be here for a little bit. Set an alarm. All right. Something glows within the tank. Oh. Did she call to you then? I realize it's no coincidence we arrived together. Though much of my memory is blank, this place I recall. Within these chambers, the teacher sought to store the kingdom's knowledge, and at its core, she stored herself. To save Hollowness, the teacher willingly became a seal, but upon herself she enacted an additional protection. Though I cannot recall it happening, I played a part in that feat. She called me here, now, to reverse that protection. All in aid of you. Do not hesitate. The choice to reform was hers, not mine. She knows what you would do and seems to welcome it. The figure sleeps within the tank. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do. Oh. Dirt. Haha. They did put me in a dream world. Hello. For diversity, a seal. A world forever unchanging. The seals must break. Forever. Sorry. Also, chat, we've been going for about 7 hours. If you guys have enjoyed the stream, please, please, please drop some subs or donos. I would very much appreciate it.
Doors, Dakagan.
Madame's life is extinguished, and with it, the seal breaks. It is a heavy thing you attempt, but I've seen your prowess up close, and she too believed you capable. Be on your journey, then. Allow me a rest a time. The deed complete, I begin to feel my age, I'm afraid.
Doors, Dakagan.
Yeah, he's like 90. Yeah. Oh god. Whew. Alright. Still haven't found the map for this foggy area. station. Here we are. Gonna re-equip my compass. Why are you apologizing, purple gold anime hero? You Gucci? Okay, I need to go to the Forgotten Crossroads? Maybe this one. The resting grounds, maybe? Also, I feel like Quick Slash isn't actually that useful. Spend some of this geo, baby. Oh. It's a lot grosser in here. Oh god. Okay. Okay, the world's different now. Alright. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Have I ever played Undertale? I've played Undertale on stream. It was super, super fun. I just didn't do the genocide run. Because I'm not a monster. Let's see here. We're going to get all the extra charm notches. My blessing. Oh, I need 40 charms though. Damn it. But I have enough to buy the rest of her stock. Excellent. And I have 2 additional notches, for which I will give up Grub Song. Or... well, first I just want to see what this is. Yeah, look at these little guys. Oh, they're cute. Do they just keep spawning? Maximum of 4? Okay, I can respect that. Shaman stone, I think, is what I would want. Right. Okay. Cool. They explode now. That makes them more fun. Did I get the charm from the Mantis Village? You'll have to be more specific. I've gotten a lot of things from a lot of places, Selby. Special room in the village that you unlock after beating the Mantis Lords? I mean, I beat the Mantis Lords. Okay, that was scary. Now I sit. Well, I guess I'll need to use some soul to fight those guys. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Alright. Time to go up. What's your favorite song so far in this game? You know, the music hasn't actually stood out to me that much. Like, it's really, really good ambient music, but there's nothing I've been like, yeah, this is my jam, you know?
manama boblis. Bis boblis pera pera. Aklama.
Akala. Emtono.
You smell something. No.
Manta chokta ba nazura. Mutta rabis nachala. Otovichura namen. Manta manta duble. Amen.
Bafanada.
Bafanada.
Churro na. Manta duble. Bis manama boblis. Bis boblis.
All right. Well, chat, I think this is a good stopping point. Oh wait, you know what? We're gonna go look at the grub guy. So I did rescue more grubs. Sorry, VCC TV. I've been going for 7 hours. I need some donos and such, you know. Okay, looks like we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 grubs left to find in the entire game. I can't eat those donos, LB. Grub room equals shattered donos. And it got a lot more dangerous down there. Oh my goodness. Love y'all, folks. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for supporting stream, everybody. With your eyeballs, with your clicks, and with your donos, because that is how this channel grows. And I know today was a very laid-back stream. But, yeah. I hope you enjoyed it anyway. Bye, everybody. Send you over to Hannah Reloaded. How about that, huh? Bye, everybody.